Look who decided to show up, eh? Ugh. You're not dead yet? How's the Philippines? How many babies you got on the way, hey? Bro, I'm not dead. I'm live every single day. How is the deeper monitor thing? It's still not sock house money, you know? Not there yet. You're leaving on the 3rd of January. That's it, right? You're done with USA. Good. Not USA, Canada, I guess. Always takes forever to set this up. There we go. Okay, that's it. Still working on farm. Of course, I'm still working on Farm Boy. I've been rewriting the whole game. You don't even know, do you? You've been playing too much Battlefield. Let's see. Rewriting the whole game. Yeah. Yes, sir. It's gonna be 4 times the size. Look. So not a lot of it needs to be rewritten. Our biggest issue right now is the draw call. Well, I had to because we're having issues. Yes, we're having performance issues. And it turns out if you want to make complex games, the more nodes you have, the worse performance you're gonna get. So I had to get rid of every single state machine. NPCs don't have state machines anymore. The crops don't have state machines anymore. It's just This is it. So it's programmatic through code. Like this. Just code. Code-based state machine. And it looks like this. It's a function that runs on itself. And I just use enums. And await and things like that. A lot of awaits. I still have state machines, they're just code-based. Node-based. I was using node-based. So I'm reducing, basically I'm trying to reduce how many nodes I have. So the more nodes you have in your root, the worse your game is going to run. But this only applies if you have a game that requires thousands of nodes. Was it custom nodes you made, or was we mean custom nodes? It has nothing to do with what the node does. It's just having the node, even if you have empty nodes, like 2D nodes or nodes in general, will decrease your performance, regardless if the node has anything attached to it. Just the fact that it's a node. No, it's just code. I made it. No, I wasn't using an add-on before. I made my own state machine with nodes. My player is still using the node-based state machine. But I will switch to code-based as well. Like, look. But this is like 1 year old almost. So I got rid of this from the crops and the NPCs. Well, you don't really notice it until you come into contact with it, but you will have thousands of nodes. So if you look here, there's nothing. The map is empty, right? And I already have almost 3,000 nodes, and there's nothing in it, barely anything in it, right? It's empty map. So now I'm gonna spawn. This is not a good example. Let me create a new. So now we have stuff, right? Now we're up to 6,000, right? And the only nodes are these ones, which are just the resources like trees and rocks, right? And this is the map. This is the old map, right? So now I'm gonna unlock this one, this one, this one. It's not about code. Once again, it's not about code. And now we are up to 20,000. No. Okay, it's not about code. Let me explain. It's about the cooling of nodes. So right now it's cooling all these nodes, even if you don't see them. It doesn't care. So now we're gonna hide those nodes. I'm gonna hide them. Look at that. It's about draw. It's about the draw. So now imagine, because your game runs smooth up to this point, 16.67. Right? But this, it's also part of your overall performance. So you're fighting between your draws, visual draws, and you're fighting between your own function performance. So now you're gonna run into issues because your draw is using more performance than your overall functions that you're trying to use. So that's the one I'm battling with. So what's happening is, it's not even about the nodes and the logic in them. It's about render canvas to canvas item tree. This thing asks for each node in root if node is visible. He asks this question. So imagine this question's been asked 20,000 times a frame. And I'm not 100% sure, but maybe it's based on the objects as well. Which would make it even worse then. No, the drawing happens in the render canvas, and you can see the render canvas. It's almost nothing. So this is what you see. This is the rendering canvas. Right? This is the rendering canvas. So this is it's barely anything. Right? Barely anything. It's nothing. The one we are after is this one, the cool canvas. So rendering, we don't have any issues. Even if you're maxed out, it's still doing a lot, right? Because now you're maxed out. Now you have a big ass rendering. And obviously you're not gonna play like this. It'd be insane to play like this. But now if we go down to how you usually play, which is most likely like this, barely anything, right? Barely anything. The one we have problems with is with the coding canvas, which is this. So now if we turn down, you can see it's becoming nothing. So this question goes to everything inside your root, because it needs to ask the question, is this node going to be visible or not? So even if there's no logic, just simply asking the question 20k times one frame, right? It's for each node probably 0.001 ms, right? It's gonna add up. is going to add up. So internally this is asking, it's doing this if statement, because it needs to know if it's visible or not. Right now it doesn't ask because I manually got rid of this question. Right? It doesn't care about that. It's going to ask all of them. It's going to ask all of them because my these ones are basic nodes that don't have visibility, and it still asks the question. I don't know. But I've been talking about this forever. And unless I remake the whole game, I won't be able to fix this specific problem. So I basically reached the limit of what I can do without remaking the game completely. I even switched. I even made it so the whole game uses a single sprite sheet. The reason for this is because, by the way, I had even worse performance before. The reason for this is to reduce the draw calls. So by reducing the draw calls, it also helps me a bit, but just a tiny bit. It's only 2. So it's the player, which contains all the assets of the game, and the terrain. So those 2 are separate because you cannot combine the 2. So at minimum, I will always have a minimum of 2 draw calls. Right here. So I got as performant as I could in terms of drawing. So I optimized the render, as much as I could. That's why it's using so little CPU. Right? So I'm using, the whole game uses two sprite sheet, right? Everything, including UI, including buildings, animals, everything is in a single one. And then terrain is separate. Yep. So this is what I've been up to. And if I ever try to get around this, like actually try, I will have to, basically from the research I've done, is to make a texture rect, right? And this texture rect is going to be the size of the game, however big the game is. Let's say this is the size of the game, and then you basically call it trees. Then you use a material. You create a shader material, and then you create a new shader, right? And you do all that stuff. Create a new shader. And then you basically imagine if then you would basically have this shader display all of your trees. So now you're using a single node to display all your resources. and you get rid of the trees and edit the trees through the shaders. That would be the optimization. That would be the way to go about it, is to use a shader and get the GPU to do everything. And the way I've seen it is you use RGBA. So you use these. So RGB. You use this to translate to the GPU. Right? So an example would be tree. Let's say a tree, let's say this. Now let me use this as an example. Right? So you can think of them as state. Can I make this smaller? Yeah. Right? Oh, fuck. You can't even see it. What the heck? Hold up. Why is paint so bad? Right? So then, right? So then what you do, so now this is tree A. So now you have the stages, which is right? like this. So this is your enums, kinda. So this is how it looks like. So you basically send colors to your GPU to say, okay, this color is this, and then this color is this, and this is how, using this data inside your shader, is how you change between the sprites, right? And now you only use one single node to represent the whole thing. But I'm not smart enough to make a system like this, so maybe one day, when implants are a thing, when I can just implant brain cells. Your game has a lot going on, but it doesn't have that much going on. It has a lot going on. In terms of visual things on screen, it has a lot going on. In terms of amount of nodes, it has a lot going on. Think about it. Can you not just load chunks of the map? I could, but then I would have to get rid of this. I'll have to get rid of this because the dynamic zooming defeats the whole purpose of chunk loading. Now, if this was max, let's say this, if this was max, then yes, I could do chunk loading. I could easily implement chunk loading if this was max. Also, hello Rex. But yeah, for now I've been just trying to optimize the other aspects of the game. So and if I cannot get it to run decently, then I will consider getting rid of the zoom and do the chunk loading. But yeah, the bigger problem is the way Godot teaches you to use the engine is not really optimal for actual making release games, release ready games. Like, so if you make like games you want to release, sooner or later you will run into this node issue. Whoops. Depends how big your game is. True. True. But also because Godot teaches you to use nodes everywhere. Sooner or later you still run into this issue. The more you add things to your game, even if your game is minimal, you'll be like, why the fuck is this game not running properly on, like, when it should be running probably on like a $300 laptop or your Steam Deck. And you're gonna start noticing like hiccups and freezes. You're like, why is this 2D game not running properly? Like, when you see a 2D game, you kind of expect it to run on everything. Well, where did you test it, Sokaus? What sort of specs did you test it? For Barricade, use the modular assets. So every 4 section of the map was a scene with multiple nodes. Did you hide the nodes? The ones you couldn't see? Because then, yeah, you wouldn't run into the issue. Nope. Oh. So they were always there. But also, maybe 3D is different. Maybe the way 3D does this question is different. Yeah. Maybe it's way different. At least that's what I would assume. But I never used 3D, so I don't know. I'm working on the Forester right now. Trying to build better Steam Deck support. There you go. The downside of using add-ons. The downside of using pre-made stuff. Sooner or later, it's not gonna work because every game is different. I've been playing a lot on my Steam Deck lately. I'm about to finish Prey. Great game. I finished Megabonk. I defeated tier 3 Forest. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. And think about it. We will never get another Prey because Redfall killed the studio. The studio doesn't exist anymore. No, I've played it before when it came out. I have like 50 hours in it. It's my second playthrough. Why you didn't like it the first time around? So good though. I do have to admit, like, it's a bit hard to navigate. Oh, right. I was gonna say it's a bit like hard to navigate between the between these stages, because it like, you know how it shows you where to go, but even though you're going the wrong way, it's weird. It's like okay, you're on the third stage, but the objective is in the second stage, but then you have to, but the way it makes you go outside the station. So now you're in space, and then it makes you go through the space, through the first stage, to the second stage, instead of just sending you from the third stage to the elevator to go to the second stage. It is doing stuff like that. That's a bit annoying. So the way you navigate is a bit weird once you unlock the whole map. Still a great game though. Still a great game, yeah. It's tricky, but it's still cool how the outside of the station mirrors the inside. Yup. No, I love Prey. Prey is awesome. Nah, that's wrong. That's not peach. That's wood. So that's where the problem is, which means what does he mean? First I need to see if he's carrying wood. Another problem I have with Godot is like the enums. They show us ints in this inspector, which sucks. Because I don't know what am I targeting. Right? Like, I know one it's wood, but it would be nice if it said like wood, like the actual enum, instead of one. It should be like, it should be one, and then like it should be like it should say target drop 1 or something like this, so I know which enum am I targeting, you know? Or it doesn't. Which is a bit scuffed. So yeah, this is how I've been doing it with state machines, with code-based state machines. But it's a bit hard to get around. There's just too much code in one place. Right here. So what do I have to do? Cannot be this. I'll have to do it like this. Target drop. Item ID 3. Not 3. Wood. This is true. Do preload manager get item data types. Oh yeah, and I moved everything, so I'm no longer using resources to save I'm no longer using resources as data. I'm using dictionaries, and I'm using resources just as data I pull information from. So right now my resources only live as datas inside the preloader manager. So I can pull things like texture, or let's say buy price or sell price, things that don't change. And everything else lives as dictionaries, like this. For example, this is my inventory, and this is the enums. So the enum ID of every item, and then the amount. And then if I want to know something about this item, which is wood, one is wood, then I need to go to my preload manager. My preload manager, right, which has the item preloader. So this is where all my item data lives, like this. So I have wood right here, which is named wood, and then I use this function to get the because you need a string, because otherwise you cannot get a resource, because get resource uses a string, right? So it has to be this. So it's based on my enums. This. So like wood, and then wood has a bunch of data in it like this. So yeah. That's how I've been restructuring it. So now if I want data about this wood, I need to go to my preloader, then get the item ID, which is wood, and then if I want the texture, I just do this. So this is going to give me the texture, which is wood. So let's see if this works. I bugged out. Oh yeah, there's still so many bugs. Because, for example, my new state machine is based on, I'm not moving the NPCs, I'm twinning the NPCs. So there's no, I've optimized the shit out of this. Because at first I thought this was the problem. When I first started doing optimization, I thought it must be this, that's the problem. And then we slowly got to what the problem was, which was the draw calls. What's up, Manglo? Give me 1 second. Let me know when the ads are done. Let me know when it's over. I was gonna say, if you're having performance issues in terms of function, a great way you can optimize, especially your NPCs, is to use twinning instead of moving them. You use twinning. So the twin function looks like this. Um, do I have a better one? Villager. So you use a tween. Which looks like this. So you get the whole path from A to B, and then you're going to tween between the sections. So now this runs only one time because it needs to await for the next section. But yeah. How is this more efficient than building in nav agent pathing? You're still using nav agent pathing, but you're not restricted. No, you're still using navigation agent, but you're only using the navigation agents to get the path from A to B. I still use it. You're just not doing the whole thing with physics process and stuff like that. You're not doing any of that. It's literally a function that can run on itself. And that's it. Yeah. I don't know how to explain it, but you're basically like, because every time you want to move something, you call that 60 times a second, because it's probably going to be in the physics frame. But this, it's only being called one time, and then this is doing the heavy lifting. And this also waits for the tween to finish. What can we watch? What can we watch? What can we watch? What can we watch? There's nothing good to watch, is there? Look at Pimsta. Look at Pimsta. It's making Factorio. He's still using the ultra wide view, which is annoying as fuck. Look at this. Okay. I don't think he understands how this is hurting his channel. I don't think he gets it. Which is amazing. I've been telling him forever. Oh Lord. I can already see the performance issues you're gonna run into. Look how many nodes there are. Look at this guy. Looking good though. This is Manglo.
This research on different islands too, so this adds a lot more content to the game and a lot more playtime. But is it actually fun to play through? Is there a lot of good mechanics? Is there some bad choices in this DLC? Well, let's find out. When you first start Factorio Space Age, you will need to complete the first map, which is Novice. Now this is more easier than it was previously. They made it a lot more easier to complete, so you can get to these other planets with a decent playtime. When you finally launch the rocket on the default planet, you will then unlock a space station, and you want to...
How many hours did you waste on this game?
Lots of inserters, whatever you want on the space station, because it
like
can actually
you could have probably literally make a whole new game.
And once you have made this ship will take you to all these different planets. Now the further out you go in the solar system, the harder it is to maintain this ship. There's going to be bigger rocks that you're going to have to shoot at. These rocks are going to use up your ship's ammo, so it's pretty easy on the first islands, but as soon as you get to the last island,
you could have made
you're not going to be able to hover
3
over
games.
that atmosphere, whatever you call it, for very long, because this
isn't that funny how that works.
You can also transfer different resources off of these islands, so if you've completed the default main island, I do recommend you get some resources, whatever that might be is completely up to you, so you can offload those onto
imagine having 1,200 hours to spare.
I think also the 4th planet, you can go
yeah, bro,
naked and
I don't have
any items on you whatsoever.
I'm working.
And you're going to be able to get the planet items,
but you're still spending 1,200 hours in Factorio.
On the island itself, you're not going to need to transport anything from the main default island. Now, because every planet is completely different, it will take you a while to understand the mechanics. So do it one by one, and literally go into the planet. You're going to need to look up a lot of YouTube videos, maybe some wiki or Steam discussions. Do anything you want. It's very, very difficult to go in game and just look at the tutorial in game or the Wikipedia in game, you're not gonna be able to understand much from that. Once you are on that planet, you are stuck.
To be
on
fair,
that
I'm the
planet.
same
There's
way.
no way to get out. You need a rocket silo, which, by the way, I highly recommend you get the materials for a rocket silo from
I
your
could be
default
working more on the
planet.
game,
Just put them on the ship,
but then I'm
and you
playing
can just
Prey.
drop them off on the planet that you're
Yeah.
on. So you've got some way to get back up there again, drop off some other resources too. Now the researchers these planets have can all transfer onto the other planets or even the default planet. So there's a lot of researchers. I will not cover all of them because there is a lot, but just know you can upgrade your character armor. There's a lot of good stuff there. You've got a mech that can actually fly over cliffs and is very slow, but it's a lot more convenient. There's also a lot of defense research available on these planets, and they will give you more turrets, and you can use these turrets on any planet you want. But saying that, you do need to craft some of these items on the planet that you can unlock them on. The game
Too much yapping.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone and welcome. The single most important
Like twice a year, I get absolutely hooked on Factorio and lose like 1 to 2 months of my life.
Hey everybody.
Hello, I'm single mind. I'm going
ending with little previous press. You need to be bored. You will have less meaning and you will be more depressed if you never are bored. I mean, it couldn't be.
Idle game.
I sell Linux and Linux accessories.
Idle games. That wasn't supposed to be that dramatic, my bad. Like it's a murder documentary or something. Idle games. They could be in your city and they will kidnap your children. Now, all right, here. Idle games.
I don't see my game.
Idle games?
Son of a bitch.
Absolutely fine. We are very, very close to getting into champion select here.
You guys want to know a secret? You guys want to know a secret?
Ubisoft
Bro, there's nothing good to watch. What's going on?
today. So you want to be a
Look how this Twitch stuff
gotta tell you
it's
something.
zipping into my. We are on my bot account, right? We are in my bot account. And look how this Twitch stuff is zipping into it. And I don't understand how. I've only been using this for game dev stuff. So my recommendations.
Let me set the scene for you. The lights in the cinema go.
Why is this shit
Let me
showing
set-
up? Why are these other things showing up that have nothing to do with game dev?
You guys want to know a secret?
Nintendo and the Pokemon Company think we are stupid. That
Like shit like this is from my main account. Right? Like why is this guy showing up in my bot account?
I'd like to let you all know.
You know? Like this stuff are zipping from my main account.
Yesterday, Netflix.
Google is always listening. I know it's so annoying.
I gotta tell you something.
We're getting new handhelds damn near every.
Like my main account is just drama slop. Literally,
like-
just. So much drama slop is crazy.
I want to make a good game. That's a message that
Let's see, anything Godot related? Godot. Anything new?
Godot.
Godot. Door system. He made a door system. It looks like a mobile game, I guess.
All right, good morning.
There's not much.
Hey
There's not
everyone, I'm Clay. Welcome back to our channel, and today I'm back with another Godot news part of editing the position.
Well, guys, in the last video we made these moving platforms. Now we're going to make these little blocks that break, right? Frame.
There's not much that good content, is there? Where's all the good Godot videos? Nowhere to be found. Well, RRP.
If you were ever stranded on a desert...
As Season 3 of the One Punch Man anime is launched, fans of the franchise...
Hello?
When I say...
One of the main giveaways of an inexperienced developer.
I feel like this is calling me out.
Code. Logic like this is difficult to reason about.
Hey, that's what I do. He is calling me out. How is Cuffbus doing what?
Because as you're reading through each subsequent level, you're needing to hold in
Hello,
your mind
Steven.
the condition that allows us to traverse deeper into the nested structure. By the time you get to the core logic, your brain is likely pushing the limits of its capacity, but you still need to understand the core logic while taking into consideration the things that you're already holding in your mind. For this reason, the first law of writing readable code is to avoid deep nesting. We can simplify this code by first making use of inversion. That is, we invert the conditionals. So instead of doing this inner logic only if it is not a maintenance period and doing the else logic if we can't do the inner logic, we can simply say that if it is in fact a maintenance period, then we don't move on to the next step. As you can see, that collapses the nested structure one level. We can do the same with the other conditionals.
Yeah, but how is this better?
Now, whoever's reading your code will find that they are no longer needing to hold these conditions in their head while reading the core logic. They simply know that if the code has executed beyond a certain point, this point for example, then the previous code no longer needs to be taken into consideration. They can discard it from their mind and focus on the next code block. Another technique that we can incorporate is we can merge related if statements. For example, checking if the user is authenticated and checking if the user is authorized are both validations related to auth. So we can actually merge these two, keeping in mind that you lose some granularity here with the log message. Now that our code is starting to look more readable, we can make use of another technique called extraction. That is, we'll extract some of the complex logic to its own methods or functions, starting with this slightly confusing if statement. At a glance, it's a little bit difficult for a reader to quickly determine what this condition is for, and good coders are always keeping in mind the experience of whoever might need to read their code. So let's extract this complex logic into its own function and give it a descriptive name. Note that in the function, we're returning whether or not both conditions are true, and in the if statement, we check if the user is valid as determined by the logic in the function. Lastly, we can extract this entire switch statement here into its own function. Now, what we've done here is we've made it so that the reader of our code can get a summary of the overall functionality by just glancing at the main function. That is, the reader can now easily see that this code simply calculates the taxes of the user's shopping cart if it's not a maintenance period and if the user is an authorized user. But that very simple top-level functionality was difficult to determine or understand when the code looked like this. The second law of writing readable code has to do with the way you organize your code. We're presented
I will have to refactor the whole game.
with two functions here, both belonging to the same program. Although what these functions are doing might be pretty straightforward, the issues start to reveal themselves when you consider the case where the reader of your code needs to make changes. For example, let's imagine that the reader of your code is tasked with removing the caching behavior from the application. Since the same caching behavior is found in multiple locations throughout the application, the reader of your code is going to need to search everywhere, potentially missing spots where this behavior might exist. This is a direct result of this application having lots of code duplication. For this reason and many others, the second law of writing readable code is to avoid code duplication. We can extract this logic into its own function to be
Wait,
called
I
by
have
both
code
of the parent
duplication
functions.
everywhere.
While we're at it, let's go ahead and extract this duplicated code for writing the response to the client as well. Now, the reader of your code would only need to make changes to the single shared point. This also makes the code less convoluted, in turn making it more readable.
Oh, we know you
final
have.
law.
Hey,
Here
it's
we
a
have an
feature, not a
example of
bug.
some code. What this code does is anybody's guess, because the writer of this code has committed the ultimate sin. Which brings me to the third and final law of
Wait, this
writing
is what I
readable
do.
code. Don't use naming that only you understand. Now, there are a lot of different naming conventions out there, but to be honest, as long as you're trying to follow some naming convention and keeping in mind that the names you use should be meaningful to potential readers of your code, you will unfortunately be doing better than a lot of people out there. You'll see that if we simply revise this code a bit to have some more meaningful names, it becomes clear what this code is actually trying to do. And it's as simple as that. So there you have it, the 3 laws of writing readable code. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to leave a like, and I'll see you in the next one.
Son of a gun. Can't believe he called me out. Okay. How is your day going? It's going all right. How's your going? Okay, so get item data. Cannot convert. Oh, this item. Why when I listen to this guy? Hey, Soakhouse. Oh, you, but I guess you didn't try. You didn't try Arc Raiders, did you? That's the next big extraction shooter. That's coming up. Going to the doctors today for my legs. That always sucks. I always hate going to the doctor. Hopefully it's just for a checkup, right? Hey, it's getting a bit cold. Hold on. You know, this new phone is not too bad. It's not too bad. Like for $150, it's not too bad. It works. Huge battery. But yeah, it's not too bad. It's not OnePlus, obviously. Okay, so now these are dead trees. These are dead trees. Forester. So this should say it should be the wood texture, and this it should be doing this. It should be popping out this. But it's not changing to this. But it should. It should change this. So let's see. Let's see what happens. Okay. Oh. Ah. Of course, it's not coming this way. Hey, I'm from Argentina. Cool, cool. That's a very interesting name. Ugh. Why is this not calling? It should be calling. But it's not. Okay. Come on. Come on. Go. So it is calling. And then it's calling this. Calling this, calling this, calling this, calling this. So what's in store for you guys today? Steven is going to the doctors. Sokavs is playing Battlefield. Manglo is coding stuff. Learning Godot. Nice. Nice. Me too, me too. I'm always learning. How not to do it? Come on. This should be the last one. What would you guys do if Twitch was gone one day? Would you move to Kick? Would you move to YouTube? Where would you go? It's almost like it's trying to pick from options that don't exist. Hold up. Hold up. Ah, see? This should be empty. And this should be empty. Not empty, it should not exist at all. That's where the problem is, because it's trying to pick, it's picking a random one, but this one is empty. So that's number one. We will have to fix. So it's doing this. Ah, I see. I see. So this needs to come in here like this. Here we go. Yes. That's what I'm talking about. There we go. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. If is empty, no, if huh? If this is empty, erase this. Erase this. Okay. Now, I'm not super confident, but this should pretty much get our forester ready. Peaches. I'm curious to see if normal trees work. Okay. What? I thought this was a normal tree. Wait, it's not a normal tree. Is this beta out yet? No. No, not this one, no. It's not. I will get it out in this state. I just need to get the whole gameplay loop out first. And then you can test it. But a lot of things will be broken, so you'll have to work around those. but it will be playable. And then when the gameplay loop is done, finished, then I'm going to move into polish phase. That is where I will fix stuff like this. You know, issues like this you will run into. Other things like if you delete stuff, everything will break, stuff like that. NPCs might not work correctly and you have to get around that. Noise. Okay. Look at him go. Yeah, I would say this one is our most advanced NPC yet, because it's doing so many things. It's like gathering, then he's planting, then he's also going to the warehouse. There are so many mechanics I have to get right. Or so many systems I have to get right. He's going home, but I don't know if I like that. I almost want him to have like because right now the NPCs, if they are doing nothing, they go back home. But I almost wonder if that's a good idea. I almost feel like they should be wandering around. What could be a cool idea that I can think of? What I was thinking of is like maybe when there's nothing to do, they may have some options. Such as Wait, why is it 3? It should be... No, it is 3, never mind. But... Okay, that is incorrect. So this... Shoot. This is gonna be incorrect. But we can come back to this one. But what I want to do is, how can I make this NPC better? Instead of going back home, when you have nothing to do, I want you to maybe make a new task. Wander. So I want you to wander. So when you're wandering, walk to wander. So when I'm working on wander, what am I doing? Task, wander. Which is gonna be this. Task wander. And this is when he has nothing to do. Task. How is this being triggered? Hello, Ginger. How are you? Work on task. So task. So work on task. So walk to task, work on task. We are working on task. Hide, show. But then how are you transitioning it to... this? Work on task, work on the task, work behind task, work nearby task. I know, right? True, true, true. So it's this. It's this right here. So instead of going home, we're gonna do wander. And we're going to, so we're going to, if game manager trees is not empty, target, I mean, I don't even have to pick one, var target tree equal to pick, wait, what? Trees. Ah, shit, I need to get the, okay. Var trees ID equal to keys var target tree equal to get. Pick random like this. Return house wander trees global position. What is this is it's an RE and this is crop tree. But why is this a problem? Well, why is this a problem? Oh, dumbass. Huh? There we go. Also, how come when I try to remove him, nothing happens? What's that about? What are you up to, Ginger? Because it doesn't have a name, that's why. Forester. Oh, okay. I am still waiting for a person who will change water meters. Should be around 10 minutes. Nice. I actually changed my water meter a month or so ago. And from what I understand now, it's automated. Before you would have to read, but now it reads on itself. So it should be interesting. Oh, here we go. So he's just wandering around now. Well, he's going from tree to tree. But that's not what I want. It's not exactly what I want. I want you to go there. And how does this work? My dumbass. Oh, this... No, this should be... Oh. The target. Yeah, I am a dumbass. But then I need to trigger do I trigger? Yeah, it's still manual for my electricity and gas and water. They made it automated, but I wonder if that's better or worse. You know? No, dumbass, just not seeing it. No. No. Right, so that is incorrect. It should be +1, not +3. It's taking the value from the pitch itself, but a dead tree is only +1. Yeah, no, that's still incorrect. Invalid access to property or key. Crop. Oh. So maybe when I'm working on it, but then it's gonna loop on itself, which is a problem. Or maybe it's not a problem. Okay, I'm gonna set state to walk. Walk to task. So this should make it random. Let's find out. Yep. How's Vampire doing? Oh look, Jurassic World Evolution 3. My kind of game. It already has DLCs. It's optimized, okay. What? Where are you trying to reach? What? $10,000 people. I'm glad frontier developments are doing good, because I don't want them to shut down Elite Dangerous. So I am glad that the Jurassic World, Plant Zoo, all these games are feeding them quite well. They managed to find a really good niche. Oh, they even made Warhammer 40k Chaos Gate? Interesting. I didn't know that. They also made Deliver Us Mars. F1 Manager. It didn't do well. Unfortunate. Planet Coaster 2 didn't do that well. Jurassic World 3 is doing well though, from the looks of it. How did they fuck up number 2, Planet Coaster? This first one it did very well, but number 2 it did very poorly. Like why? Hello, Copy Master. How are you? Wait, where's my... Where are you going? What are you doing? What is bro trying to reach? I'm very confused. Oh, I know what he's trying to reach. This, I made it too big. This needs to be 16.0. It's already broken. Let me help you out. There you go. I'm finding you. I'm also fine. Working on the forester. So he's picking a random tree. Okay, that is wrong. That is wrong. There's nothing to collect yet. Hold up. Hold up. Why is bro so broken? Why is bro so broken? Can't reach target. Drop this. The problem is it's stuck in it's stuck here. It's stuck here. And because it's stuck here, he won't be able to get out of this. So we basically need to call we need to call this. Like this. And there you go. So he's collecting the peach. Good. Good, good, good. Collecting the wood. Good, good, good. But the only problem is that it's the wrong amount. So I will have to fix that. He collected way too many wood. Now he's planting. There we go. I think I've done it. So he's wandering around. The only problem is he's stuck. He's stuck. He's stuck wandering. So, because he's stuck wandering, we need to change task. But how do I change task? Like this. That's how I change task. So I am asking I'm walking to the task, which is wander. And then I'm doing the wandering and yeah, and inside the task itself, because now we are back here again, right? No, we are working on task. Work on task. So in here, I need to check. I need to do this. I need to do this, but if current task equal to task wonder, do this. Otherwise, it's going to do this. I think. I'm not sure. I hope. We're gonna wait for bro to come back. How come is he going straight for the trees? That should not be possible. He should go to the house first. But bro is just going straight for the trees. He does not care. Can he move any slower? Can bro move any slower? Come on, bro. Come on. Wander around. Come on. Now he's wandering. And he's working. But why not get this one? Wait, where are you going? There's nothing there. What are you doing? Stop. Oh, you're wandering. Okay. But why didn't you get this one? Why didn't you get this one? So confused. You got stuff to do. Then go rest. So now he should be wandering. So he's just wandering. But now you have two options you can go to, but you're still wandering. You're still wandering. Oh, I think I think I know why. So this should give me this. Wait, it should give me this. And then when we are working on it, which is this, oh wait, I need to do this, right? Because I'm still work on task, obtain task. I still need to walk to the new objective. So I think that's where the issue is. Yippers. Should be just wandering around. Yippers. Look at that. Okay, I'm quite happy with this. Now the question is, are you going to work with just a normal tree? That's my question. Maybe we need another one. Fuck yeah. Look at that. Beautiful. Looks like foresters are working, which is good. Which is good. Now, how broken are the other stuff? Oh, I don't think I haven't made it, have I? I don't think I did. Did I? Alright, we're gonna move straight into miners. But first, before we move into miners, I need to make the craftable for the stone. Right. Which is going to be this. Okay, let's see if this works. I'm gonna be quite curious if this works. I don't think it will work, but we're going to try it. Oh wait, I haven't even added to the crafting panel. I'm trying to add a crop, which is not good. But it's also not a tree, so that's also a problem. Let me make this more universal. Make this more universal, no? Well, hopefully I didn't break much. That would suck if I broke something. Wait, where am I even using this? No, I don't think I am using this. Oh, here. Remove target. Target, resource, data, craft requirements. Like this. This. Okay. Now, I'm just gonna see if I broke you. Which I hope I didn't. Why is this so far? Why is it so far? No, I don't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I do need to restore this. Trying to assign value of type base crop stone. Wait, are you? Oh, you're not part of anything? Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Why wouldn't you be part of it? And I'm guessing you're coming from here. Shoot. Oh, because I'm still using the old method. Okay, I get what's going on. I understand. Fuck. On interaction. And then on state 5. Wait, something is wrong. Wood harvest. Why is there a new tool? Harvest, stone, amount. There we go. Have you guys found any cool Next Fest games? Half Sword. A new way to discover. What? Recommendation based on playtime. Fuck. Recommendation based on playtime. Everwin demo is not doing is doing great actually. Demo extended. Good concept. Could be fun. I like the ideas of having a mobile base, but inventory management is awful. So it's just quality of life stuff. Combat. Okay. Too much games released, so too hard to find anything. Yeah. This one, Godbreaker, could be fun. Godbreakers. Why is Anno here? The fuck? Why would Anno enter Steam Next Fest? What? Roguelike multiplayer. Huh. Could be interesting. Wait. Huh? The 50 most played demo of the October. Wait, what's this? Wait, is Steam Next Fest done? Shit. I didn't really get the chance to actually play them. Damn it. Wow. Calm Cairn. I did not expect this to do so well. Oh, because they released the demo before, but they did not. And I see what they did. I see what they did. They already had the demo out. Ah, interesting. Interesting way of doing it. That's another strategy you could do. You do what Cairn demo did. You release a demo before Steam Next Fest, like a year in advance. You get overwhelming positive reviews on it, and then you enter Steam Next Fest. And what's that going to do is every time people scroll over it and they see a bunch of good reviews, they'll be like, holy shit, let me see this. So I didn't even notice the date of the demo. And most people won't either. Ooh, a horsing exploration game. Oh my god. You're right. You ride the horse. Train, breed, and bond. It looks like they have issues with the movement. They're trying to simulate horse riding, since it's all about the horses. Yeah. There's many double-edged swords. Depends how you want to go about it. It doesn't have to be this low, does it? I don't think so. But I think for I don't think it makes sense that they just come out of the ground. What? Trying to water them. Cool. I don't think it makes sense that they just come out of the ground. Can I? No. I think it would make more sense if you had to mine it. And that way it's coming out of the ground. I don't know how to do the rocks, I'm being honest. No idea. What the strategy is with the rocks. What do you think? Maybe how do we do the... How are we going to do the rocks, mining? Mining. Mining will have to be different. It's gonna have to match. It's gonna have to match the amount of time. The amount of time you mine the rock as it's coming up. So you mine it. and then it's slowly coming up. What? I should be able to. Really? No shot. How's that not good enough? That should be good enough. It's not. Stupid ass collision. What the fuck is happening? Stone coming out from the ground without anyone digging for it. Yeah. That's why I'm debating on how to do it. The problem with that logic is then we no longer control how long it takes you to get stone, right? Because with the trees we can control how long it takes to harvest, right? It's not like I can make you mine this for 2 minutes straight, you know? Does that make sense? We're gonna sit here for 2 minutes straight, you know? So how do we get around this? So that's kind of the issue. Meteor falling out from the sky makes sense more. Interesting. No, I don't like the that I can do. But the player also should be able to do it. Like the NPCs, we can make them take... We can make the NPC take a long time. They can be like, come in here, do one. Do 1, 2, and then they just stay here and do this for 2 minutes. But now the player, I don't think it makes sense for the player, because now you don't have this issue with everything else in the game. Everything else in the game is like two clicks max. So that's kind of the issue. So that is kind of the issue. I think I come I think I have a solution. I make it only workers. Resources only workers can do it. Um So actually I don't control these two. It's just something the foresters does. Just like the animals. It's something they take care of. I just laid the forestry. Right, and then they will just come randomly and plant their own trees. And they are responsible for their own trees. Just like the animals. The only issue is how do I tell them about this? Like with the chicken coop it makes sense. You have to connect the animal tile. But I'm not gonna connect the house to this. It will almost have to be like a separate building that connects to the forestry area. You have a building. That they also used to work from. Building where you set what kind of trees you want planted in the forestry. You want 5 normal trees, 3 apples, 3 peach. And then the farmers, not farmers, foresters will plant. Those trees. Maybe. But that's such a big mechanic. I don't know. That would be so much. Hello, Piccoli. But that's how you would do it properly. You would have a forestry building, and then you go in this forestry building and you select what you want to plant. Apples, pears, wood. You connect the forestry tiles to it. And then the forester will come and randomly plant in here. Just like the chicken. No, I don't want to do this. No, this is lame. No. No, that is lame. Because I want it to be like part of the I want less things in menus, right? And more things like you planning and things like that. Don't talk about connect. You don't even connect the fences. You can connect the fence. Alright, you can connect the fence, alright? Look. Where's the message? Look at that. See? Kenmi is working on it, okay? Just give it time. He's working on it. Okay, he's working on it. Fake? How is it fake? He's working on it, look. How is it fake? You're fake. You be fake. Whoa. Whoa. I just need to figure out exactly how does the forester how does he know to come to the forestry? And then how does he find the plots? Because the problem we have is, if you look here, they all kind of just put them mainly where they spawn. Which they're not utilizing like the whole space that they could. If that makes sense. So I can see a situation where they would just plant in front of the forestry. Which is not ideal. But I could be the one that sets the mine up. Or I set this up. And then I let them do it. So I cannot plant it. They are the ones that do the planting. Mr. X fan. Wait, are you my fan? Because I am Mr. D boy. They also call me Mr. X. What the heck? What the heck is he doing? What the heck is he doing? Yo, the recent news on Steam that about 5,000 games this year haven't even recouped their $100 registration fee on Steam is very discouraging as a game dev. Why? Why would you be discouraged? You can just walk around. Walk around. Listen, Mr. X-Fan. You need to pick if you're going to make a game. Okay, why are you breaking? How? Why is bro breaking? If you're making a game, you have to pick a genre that sells. You cannot just make some random games. And don't overscope. Don't be too ambitious. Do we even have the list of the 5,000 games? What games are they? What are they doing? Oh, so only 5,000? Because 5,000 is nothing. Like, we get 4,000 new games every single week. Like, every other week we get 4,000 new games. So 5,000 is nothing. if you think about it, in the grand scope of things, it was 19,000 last year. 19,000 last year. So, how much is that? And how many of those are really bad games, you know? Why is this one breaking? Well, number 3 doesn't exist. That's why. No, it does exist. But am I targeting the correct one? One, 3. It's saying 3 doesn't exist, which it doesn't. Oh, because when I removed it, it didn't remove from here. Well, that is possible. That is very much possible. No, I definitely removed it. Oh, wait. It's actually Harvest ID. Yes. Which is very, very inefficient. It's very problematic when it comes to performance. Okay. Would you not use cell custom data to hold the information? Are you talking about using using cells as crops instead of scenes? No, because it's very inefficient in terms of performance. I was doing a test with the wet farms, setting and removing the wet farm a bunch of time, and it's very inefficient. Do you have benchmark? Yes, the benchmark is 1 FPS. Because you have to change. You do set tile here, then you do set tile here, then you do set tile here, set tile here. So you're constantly setting the tile to look different, and it's very inefficient. Like, changing tile map layer is very inefficient. That's why we have so many issues. Even just with the wet tile is very inefficient. It's very performant inefficient. So yes, I have tried it. Like, just changing this, it's extremely inefficient. Now just doing one. Now imagine having 2,000 of them doing it. Oh, this is just me doing one. So yeah. And as far as I know, there is no way to do it without set cell. Like, you have to set the cell. Would you change Would you change the could you change the atlas coordination of a cell? So this is very expensive. Set cell, and obviously set cell to rank connect is even more expensive. If there's a way for me to change the cell or the atlas of the cell without setting or removing the tile, then yes, it will potentially be better. Set, wait. The return RE is copied and any changes to it will not update. Data. You can get you can get the cell tile data but can you change it? This only copies it. You cannot actually change the cell tile data itself. Yeah, you have to use set cell. You have to use set cell. Which is extremely inefficient. It wouldn't be same frame, but it would probably be like every other frame or something. Because imagine you have 2000 crops, right? You have 2000 crops. Imagine all these. They all have their own growth state. So some of them will update on the same frame. So the more you have, the more likely some of them will end on the same frame. And unfortunately, set cell is very expensive. I don't know what else can be done about it. Like, I'm literally having problems just with the normal, just with the wet farm. Now, just this alone, it's causing so many issues. I'm even like delaying it and batching it, and it's still a big problem. This is cool.
Hello friends, welcome to my channel. Today, I will show you how to create this 2D infinite world generation in Godot form. Here, you can discover various elements like grass, dirt, water, as well as objects such as...
But he's not doing any like set to rain, like this is nothing. Like this is not gonna help you. Yeah, he's only using set cell in this one. And all your performance is going to go to this. Like all your performance is going to go here. Yeah, you do have to use, okay. So you would use that cell anyway. Yeah. Hello, Nix. Yo, are you making the game in your voxel? In voxel? Sure, why not? Didn't you know that voxel is the new hype? Growling Octus. Full name, full name. Maybe that could work. You're talking about batching, where you only update certain amount at a time. Yeah. I just feel like doing it with rains, it will just eat all your performance and then you have nothing else. What's the problem? Optimization of the day. Because I'm not dealing with small amounts. I'm dealing with thousands of crops that will need to be updated. So, what's the problem? Optimization of the day? There is no problem. Well, the current problem is trying to figure out how I'm going to handle the miners. Because right now the miners are well, not just not the miners specifically, but the mining in general. I'm not sure how to handle it. Because right now the rocks are just kind of coming out of the ground. But ideally you'd want it to be a thing where you actually sit here and mine. But then it's gonna be like 2 minutes of just standing here and mining until it comes out. I don't know if I want to do it that way. Let me go to the toilet. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm just talking about the mechanics. What are you talking about? Talking about how to handle mining a new type of crop. Yeah, don't worry about... Yeah. Don't worry about the crop thing. Also about how do you obtain the stone. Because right now it's right now you just wait for it to come out of the ground. But I don't know if that's the way to go about it. Ideally it would be like this, and then you mine here for like 10 hours like this. You just mine. And then it slowly comes out because you're mining it. But I don't want to keep the player in place for 2 minutes straight as it comes out. Right? That's not ideal. That's not fun, because everything else in the game is like you just set it up, and then, you know, like the crops, you set up the crops. It's max like 2 clicks, and then it works its magic. Same with the trees. You just plant it, and then it's growing. But I feel like you couldn't do that with stone. With stone, you have to be like different mechanic. So that's my current issue. That I can't seem to figure out is how should I handle the stone. The stones. No idea. Another idea was do something like the chickens. That was another idea. Where the miners look for a random tile. It's gonna have to be like a random tile you can access. Yeah, I may have to go that way. Yeah, I may have to go that direction. But then it's also kind of lame doing it that way. But for rocks specifically, we may have to do it that way. Yeah. Why are you not taking this? You want to make it grow in mining? Yes. Yeah. So think of it that way, right? That's kind of what I had in mind. It was like, it's like this. So the miner keeps mining, and as he mines, it comes out, right? As he mines, it comes out. But this is the miner. I have no problem with this. So the miner doing it for like 2 minutes straight, there's no problem with this. It makes sense. They're doing it mining. The problem is it's the player. The player is the problem. I cannot have you do this for 2 minutes straight, where you just sit there and look at a rock, banging it for 20 times until it gets to this phase. You know? Well, how is that going to help? What does that have to do with the player mining the rock? I'm talking about the player. I'm talking about the act of mining. Yes, the player can mine, yes. Yes. Just like the player can plant trees and chop trees and mine rocks. The player can do everything. Yes. Okay, I think you still don't understand the issue I have. Which is fine. Let me see. For now, we'll just have to do it this way. For now. Why would this be an issue? You want to plant rock, then mine? No. No, you still no. So I'll just go to it one more time. Right, this. Takes 2 minutes. Right. Right. Having the miner do this for 2 minutes, right, on the same rock is perfectly fine. Having the player do it for 2 minutes is not so fine. You understand? When in the rest of the game, everything else you do is just you do it for like a second. Like plant, water, plant, chop tree, mine rock. All these things are this length. No, I cannot reduce. No, I cannot reduce the length or the time, because everything in the game is constrained by time. So why should the player have privilege of this? When you plant a turnip, it takes 2 days. Doesn't matter if you're the player or the NPC, it still takes 2 days for you to be able to harvest the turnip. Same with the trees. You plant the trees, it's going to take however many days it's going to take. I cannot make special occasion just for the player when he mines the rock. Correct. Exactly. So that's the that is the dilemma of the issue. That is the dilemma of the issue at hand. So it needs to work, and it needs to behave in the same logic, where it takes however many days to get the end product. We cannot make give special treatment just because it's a rock. And then if I make it short, it's going to incentivize you to grind the shit out of rocks just to skip the amount of time it takes the miner to mine the same rock. So then what's the point of miners? No point. Might as well not have miners. See the issue? If the player can do it much faster and takes less time to get the item, then what's the point of farmers? What's the point of gatherers? I'll just grind for 10 minutes. It makes no sense. No, no, that's not. No. That's not something I want to do. So I need to come with a solution. For now, they are just growing out of the ground and then you just mine it at the end. So that's the current solution. It's a fantasy world, you know. Who's gonna care about this, you know? Who's gonna care? Yeah, it's not solvable. It is not solvable. Unfortunately. One second. Oh my god. Oh my god. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch, I've been talking like 10 hours. That's it. I'm just gonna hide myself. That's it. Fuck it. Mute back, please. Son of a gun. I was like, okay, this is going to be the mining tile. This is the mining tile. No, stop, bro. Oh, I did say hello, 8 bits. Don't worry. You didn't say hey to me? Oh, sorry, I just muted myself. I did say hello to you, Kimstar. I did. When only Paradox publish good games. What? By the way, I heard this one is not so good. How many years we waited for this? 10 years? Oh, wow. So it doesn't have RPG mechanics. That's crazy. I think Prey, because I'm playing Prey, right? I think Prey has more in common with actual like vampire mechanics than this game. Damn. No weapons, no stats, no inventory or the mental. Is there anyone excited for the Outer Worlds too? Might as well play this. I I think this will have more mechanics that you wanted in the vampire game, like companions and stuff like that. Actions. Have they said how big this is? Wait, 5 days. So it comes out in 2 days. Yeah, 2 days. If you pre-order the $100 one. Imagine paying $100 for a game. It was also very unoptimized. Did you play? I played a bit and I got very bored really fast. I don't know why I got so bored with it. I got really bored really fast. Coming from the same people that made Pillar of Eternity. Yeah, and Fallout, yeah. I was looking for the other one, but I cannot find it. I was looking for Outer Worlds 1. They need to update these pages. Fallout New Vegas. I think Prey is giving me the itch to play Fallout. Maybe start with Fallout 3. Then go into Fallout New Vegas. Then go into Fallout 4. Man, I can't believe we'll never get a Prey. We'll never get a Dishonored. We'll never get anything from those guys. Isn't that crazy? That is so upsetting. He got murdered. By Xbox. Who was it? Was it Xbox or who was it? That made them do the Redfall game. Who was it? I don't think I have enough space to do that one. Do I? Wait, do I? Can I reverse this? Where this is wait, how do I reverse this? Can I reverse this? Okay. Like this. And then can I get how do I get 16 by 16 from that? Hmm. Can I maybe do something with you? And then we get this. Okay. I mean, it's not bad. Not good. It's workable. Oh no. How do I turn this upside down? Do I just select the whole thing? And then flip? Wait, how do I... Huh? There we go. Do I want to go this route? They're kind of big. Thank you for the follow, Blork. Thank you. Follow goal reached. Nice. I wonder if this actually works or not. So it needs to be in the middle. Like this, maybe. Can't see shit now. Hey, why don't I use this? Then I just do this. There we go. What else? What else? What else? These. So for these, I'm gonna take these. I'm gonna slap this here. Then I'm gonna slap you. Like this. And then I'm gonna take you, slap you here, take you, slap you here, take you, slap you here, and you here. Like this. The two down. Ew. Damn it. Gotta be careful now. The two up. The two to the right. Ah, are you shitting me? The two to the left. Wait, can I just do this? Yes, I can. Nice. And now this tree. Minus this. Then this tree. Minus this. Then this tree. Minus this. Minus this. There you go. There we have it. Perfection. Perfection. Probably not, but it's a start. Tile set, and then I need to come here. Wait, what? Oh, cause I, right. There we go. Hey, what's this? No. Delete. Holy lag. Look how laggy this is. I wonder how the lag on 3D is. It must be even more insane. Okay. Terrain. Mine. We got the mine. Laggy, laggy, laggy. No. No. There we go. That looks right. Sure. Why not? I just need to set it up where this is probability. Oh, come on. 0.03. There we go. Where did we go wrong? It would be here. All right, yeah. Ah, there we go. There we go. Oh, I kind of like this. I'm kind of a big fan of this. What about the... Laggy. I could almost use it to like set the marks for... Oops. Oh, that actually looks good. If only this was a bit more to the right, the left, I mean. If I make it more to the left. If you repaint the already broken area, does it have a chance to spawn rocks again? Rocks? What rocks? Oh, you're talking about this? Yeah. Yeah, it's all probability. And you can do this in the game. You can do this in the game as well. So if I do this, yes. So this needs to be all the way in. Huh? Oh, because it's this one. Oh ho ho. No more naming things today. I got to hang for a while. Nice. Nice. But there's the problem. Well, is it a problem? It is because of this. So I would need a different one. I would have to, okay, so I know what to do. I will have to we knows what you got to do. We knows what you got to do. Hey, Sploof. What up? I'm alive, but barely. Nice. Hey, we reached the sub goal. Nice. Why does it not say? Oh, it was you, Sploof? Thank you. Thank you, buddy. You're alive but barely... Bro. Why are you lying? Why are you lying? You think I don't see what you're doing? You think I don't have eyes? Hey. Is that what you think? Why did you do so many copies? There we go. There we go. Here comes the lag. Come on. Come on. Come on. Two more. There we go. Wait, let me see if I can actually do it properly. Fence. Mr. Fence. If this works, it's gonna be so good. But I'm not too sure if it's going to be this easy. Okay, let's find out. No. No. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Never is. It never is. If I do it here, which is here, then I do it here, so the fuck is this? I told you it's fake. I'm trying to see if I can get. I'm trying to see if I can get this to work. So maybe I need to do this. And then this. I'm trying to see if I can get the fence to work this way. But I don't think I can. Not the way I want it. So what do I want? I want these to come here. How do we achieve this? It's picking these ones. Why are they picking these ones? What if I remove this? It's not gonna work. I'm still picking the wrong ones. Wait. Can I mirror? Can I mirror? This may be what I need. Is that neighbor tool from Godot plugin? It's a plugin. which is much faster than the native. Much faster. Godot ones, it's even more laggier than this, if you can imagine it. So it does it right on this one. So does that mean I need to mirror? No? Oh no, what's happening? Oh, this is the problem. No? I don't understand. It wouldn't be this, right? Wait, it is that. It is this. What the fuck? Because it's definitely not this. It's this in the middle. Why is the middle messing with me? How about... Okay, how about I don't use this? Let me try again. Fence. Maybe I should have used this one. Whoops. Something is not correct. There we go. Why are you doing all this? There we go. So now if I mirror this, Wait, not this. This. Flip. Reflect. Well, only one. Why are you reflecting only one? Hey, prophets. You would think it would be mirror. Like mirror. A mirror only breaks things. Since work's slow, I'm trying to learn how to battle mechanics work from turn-based attack. Switch even the taking the player when it makes contact with enemy to the battle. Hold them back once the battle is over. The side being offset is bad emo. That's what I'm trying to fix. Here. I'm just not sure how. You know? How do you fix this? Because I want this to be flipped if it's on this side. But it's not flipped. Maybe I have this wrong. Maybe you're actually supposed to be on this side. Now this side is good, but this side is bad. Just fix the sprite boy. I'm trying, bro. I'm trying. Why can't he do what I want? Just do what I want. Why are you doing other stuff? Wait. Am I supposed to... Wait. Maybe I'm onto something here. How come only one is broken now? How come only one is broken now? Nah, it's all sort of broken. It doesn't really work the way I wanted it to work. It doesn't work the way I wanted it to work. Okay about it. Get about it. Hmm. Okay, that's fine. There we go. Why does this... Oh, that's why. There we go. No. Oh, you remove those. We do not want that. We're back here again, which means... Bro, can you please go up? What? Okay. That's done. That's done. That's done. There we go. Mining used cell. Mining used cell. Mining terrain. Mining used cell. I could. I could try something here. We have something we could work with. No, I can, no, fuck it. No. Maybe we'll try another time. But I think I can make the loading in a bit faster. At some point. Eh? Oh no, wait, it's 8. There we go. There we go. There we go. Cursor. Okay. Instead of growing, it needs to say something else. Discovering. That's what it needs to say. Producing. I mean, producing is fine. Well, not really, no. If target is prop stone, otherwise 1 second. Just fix the sprite, bro. Discovering. Stone discovery. Stone. Revealing stone. Stone revealing. Like this. Sure. Sir, please. Stone revealing. Stone revealing. I don't think I'm supposed to be watering the... what you call it? The rock, you know? What is that? What is that about? It's already watered. Why are you trying to make me to water it more? You know? Oh, because of this. What the heck happened here? He's matured. He's harvestable.
Hello, welcome back to the Void. It's business talk time.
Let's talk about what you actually need to know about porting Godot games to consoles. The Godot engine is open source. That's its greatest strength, and when it comes to console development, it's also the proverbial elephant.
It's the biggest weakness. Because console manufacturers, they hate, or not console manufacturers, console platforms, they hate open source. Open source means big vulnerabilities. At least that's what they think.
In the room. Console manufacturers like Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo protect their platforms with something called NDAs, or non-disclosure agreements. Their SDKs, development documentation, and even hardware specs are proprietary, and sharing that info with anyone is a really, really bad idea.
Right to jail, right away.
Godot engine source code is public. It's on GitHub. Anyone can read it. So if someone integrated Nintendo's SDK code directly into Godot's public repo, that's a problem. This is why you won't find official built-in console export templates in the Godot engine like you do in Unity or Unreal. Unity and Unreal can include console support because they're proprietary. Their code bases aren't fully public, so they can integrate all of that secret code without a whole bunch of legal issues. But before you even think about exporting, you need to handle something else first: getting approved by the console platforms themselves. Here's what a lot of first-time developers don't realize. You can't just port your game to a console and release it. You need permission from the platform holder, and that permission is not going to be automatic. Every console manufacturer has a developer program you must join. Nintendo has a Nintendo Developer Portal, Sony has PlayStation Partners, Microsoft has ID at Xbox. This is how you gain access to the development kits, SDKs, and all of the documentation needed to build for these platforms. Some of this is free. Microsoft, for example, does a free development mode on retail Xboxes, but other platforms require you to purchase or lease development hardware, which is going to cost you hundreds of dollars. Your application is usually going to include the following: info about your game, its concept, genre, features, your development timeline, your studio's background, and your credentials. Look, platforms want to know you're serious. If you have a released game on the PC or mobile, that can help, and a portfolio of previous work, even if it's small, can demonstrate you know what you're doing. And you really should apply early. These approvals can take weeks or even months, and you're going to need that access before you can even think about porting your game. Now let's talk about the actual porting process. For a Godot game, you have three main options. Option number one, professional porting services. Companies like Sickhead, Pineapple Works, and others specialize in porting games to consoles. You provide your Godot project, they handle the technical work, platform-specific code, optimization, and the certification.
We'll take it from here.
This is going to be the most expensive option. Like, they need to have a conversation with you before they give you a price expensive. But it's also the most hands-off. So if you have the budget but lack the knowledge, then this is going to be your path. Option number two, porting middleware. This is where companies like W4 Games come in. I also want to thank W4 Games for actually sponsoring this video as a way to get more info on the console porting process for the Godot engine out there. With W4 consoles, W4 Games offers access to console-enabled Godot engine builds and export templates, a lot like Unity and Unreal. You license their middleware, implement their SDK, and then you gain access to the console export functionality, and you don't violate any of the NDAs. This is going to be more affordable than full porting services. For example, a small indie developer or a team is likely going to be paying $800 per year per console, but this also requires you to handle more of the technical work yourself.
This is where the fun begins.
W4 Games does provide support and documentation, but you're going to be in charge of the heavy lifting. The middleware option is good if you don't have a lot of money to throw around, but you've got the programming knowledge to make up the difference. Option number three, work with a publisher. If your game is already getting attention pre-release, you might also be connecting with publishers. Publishers can fund and manage console ports as part of a publishing deal. The deal is that they typically take a revenue share, but handle porting costs, certification, marketing, and distribution. This option is going to make sense if you're early in development and your game is getting some attention. The trade-off is that you can actually lose some creative control and you'll end up with a smaller revenue percentage. So how do you choose? Well, what's your budget? Professional services cost the most, middleware is mid-range, publishers fund it, but they're going to take revenue share. What's your timeline? Services are fastest, middleware relies on you and your speed, and publishers add negotiation time. What's your technical expertise? Can you actually implement the SDKs and debug platform-specific issues? The best option is really going to depend on your game, your knowledge, and your resources. Let's say your game is ported.
You crazy son of a bitch, you did.
The code compiles, it runs on the target console, you think you're done, and you're ready to buy that house on the beach. Well, don't start playing Jimmy Buffett and drinking margaritas, because you're not done yet. Every console platform has a certification process, sometimes called Technical Requirements Checking or TRC. This is where the platform holder tests your game to ensure it meets their standards. So what are they checking? First, stability. Does your game crash? Are there game-breaking bugs? Second, quality standards. This includes UI legibility, like can players read your text from a couch 10 feet away? Do your button prompts match the platform's conventions? Third, platform-specific features. If your game has achievements or trophies, are they implemented correctly? Does your game display the right legal text and age ratings? Needless to say, there's a lot to think about, and if your submission fails certification, then you have to fix the issues and resubmit. and this process repeats until you pass. And it means you need to budget more time and potentially more money for multiple rounds of testing and changes to your game. So porting isn't just the technical stuff, it also involves thinking about the design of your game. On PC, you can rely on keyboard and mouse, and on consoles, you can't. Every menu, every interaction, every gameplay mechanic, it has to work flawlessly with a controller. We already mentioned having the UI be more readable. It's likely your text is going to need to be larger, contrast needs to be higher, and the UI elements need more spacing. It's a good practice to test your game on a TV from across the room, and if you can't read your menus or HUD, neither can your players. You also need to think about the differences in performance per platform. The Switch has significantly less power than the PS5. You might target 1080p at 60 FPS on PS5, but on Switch, you're going to be aiming for 720 docked and 30 FPS. And that's if you optimize like a lot. This means adjustable graphics settings, scalable rendering, and potentially different art asset resolutions for different platforms. It's a lot of extra work to consider, so it wouldn't be crazy to ask yourself, should I even do this? Not every game should be ported to consoles.
I've made a huge mistake.
But having your game on consoles can make a huge difference. So ask yourself some questions before you start. Is your game already performing well on PC or mobile? Porting is expensive. If your game isn't selling, porting is not going to fix that. You're investing thousands of dollars and months of work. So make sure someone on the other end wants to play your game. Is your game naturally controller friendly? If you're making a game that's a strategy game and has a lot of pointing and clicking, is it really going to translate well to a console? Action games, platformers, roguelikes, these are usually better options. Do you have the resources? Whether it's a budget for porting services or technical expertise to do it yourself, or wanting to actually negotiate with publishers, you need a path forward. If you're getting the right answers to these questions, then porting might make sense. Consoles offer access to different player demographics, additional revenue streams, and increased legitimacy to you. A console release signals professionalism and can open a lot of doors for future projects. But if your game is still in early development and you're struggling to find an audience, or it's just designed for keyboard and mouse, focus on the PC version first. Here's some things you can do right now, even if you're not sure. Design with controllers in mind from the start. Build your UI with TVs in mind. Plan for lower end hardware. Document your architecture. Whether you're porting the game yourself or you're handing it to a third party, clear documentation of your code structure, dependencies, and design decisions. They're going to save you a ton of time, or someone else a ton of time. Release on the PC first. Polish your game, fix the bugs, optimize performance, build that audience. This is going to prove market viability, and it's going to make it a lot easier to get approval for platforms. And finally, apply to developer programs early. You can do this right now. Even if you're a year away from porting, start the application process, get approved, and then you'll have access to actually do the thing you want to do. Porting, it takes a lot. Godot's open source nature creates really unique challenges, but there are solutions. The key is understanding what you're signing up for. It's not impossible, it just takes more than pressing an export button.
Maybe.
There are a lot.
Really haven't played the games for a little while, although I was watching a lot of speedruns. And if we Poison Sting, Reggie, PSN, and if we Knife Dance.
The single most important thing in any video game, in my
and the worst thing is having to go back to a project.
My name is Forrest. Welcome back. In today's video, you're going to learn about 7 different software.
You probably clicked on this video either because you're a game.
Hello. Beautiful game made by a husband and wife that's been 8 years in the making. We've developed.
Oh my god. Cube World. This was supposed to be the next game. It was so good. So this is before the Omega update.
Made by a husband and wife that's been 8 years in the making, with developers going missing and a community scratching their heads as to what the hell went wrong. I'm Wicked Wiz, being a man of my word and standing outside your house. This is what went wrong with Cube World, an amazing game with a lot of promise, poor developer communication, and a final release that nobody was expecting. Massive thanks to my patrons who help support the channel. You guys make content like this possible. Because there are essentially two versions of this game, the alpha and the final release, I'm gonna...
Who knows about Cube World? Anybody? Anybody knows? Cube World, anyone? No?
I'm trying to explain the game as broadly as possible because although these two versions share a lot in common, both are very different, which we'll look into in a bit. Cube World, in the grand scheme of things, is a procedurally generated RPG with unlimited exploration. The concept is straightforward. You start off with barely anything, explore a cute yet dangerous world, encounter both friendly and hostile NPCs, do quests, and find loot. Rinse and repeat. The map is big and split up into multiple procedurally generated regions, and when I say this map is big, I mean it's really big, because without a mount you could run for a good 10 minutes to get from one point of interest to another. There are 4 different classes to pick from: the warrior, ranger, mage, and the rogue, each with their own unique playstyle and choice of 2 swappable specialisms. Character customization allows you to play as a few different races, with my favorite being the frog because frogs are cool. Neither one of these races come with any base stats, at least from what I see, which is nice to see in an RPG and gives you freedom of choice without worrying about any meta. The combat mechanics are simple yet largely skill based. Left click is your quick basic attack and right click is your slower, heavier attack. You can roll away from trouble like it's Dark Souls and chug potions during combat to give your feeble self any kind of a chance. The aim of the game is quite simply to explore, obtain better gear and progress throughout all the different regions. Kind of. And I say that because this is where things get a little bit complicated.
I will make the next Cube World. It will be me, haha.
And the story begins. Our story starts all the way back in 2011, where a man named Wolfram von Funk, also known as Wale, would start development on a game called Cube World. In June of 2011, he released 4 videos on YouTube sharing an early concept of the game, and within just 1 month, the game appeared to develop from this to this. These short videos, along with now deleted blog posts, would circulate online and quickly gain interest from a newly forming fan base. Although niche, the hype and mystery surrounding this game would only grow as people began to talk and theorize about what this game was and what it would be all about. Wale received a bunch of questions over on his Twitter, as well as positive interest for Cube World. His wife Sarah joined in, leading the art design, and for the next couple of years, screenshots of the game would be released on Wale's blog, Twitter, and YouTube. Updates and screenshots were coming out with a good amount of consistency and pretty much monthly. Throughout this time, fans of the game would hear news about an alpha release being published at some point in 2013. Looking through his Twitter during June of 2013, it becomes quite clear that the hype for this game was pretty big. So big
it
that
was so big, bro.
People with malicious intent would seek to capitalize on this with fake downloads of the game.
The hype for this was so big.
Wary of. In July of 2013, the alpha version of the game was released. Although weirdly enough, it wasn't mentioned or announced on Twitter, but either way, once people found out about it, the game sold pretty quick. So much so that the server was overloaded and Wale had to close the store as nobody was able to access the page. It actually turns out that the store page was overloaded due to a DDoS attack. Even prior to this, in June, he was struggling with too much traffic, but it's easy to assume that this could have been a fairly large fan base and wanting to get in early. These DDoS attacks would prove to become a bit of an issue later on down the line and could also be the cause to a lot of what went wrong with this game. The alpha build of the game was and still is pretty damn solid. Granted, there isn't that much content, but it will keep you going for a long while. The combat feels fluid and it's pretty damn fun. You can fight much harder enemies like these cows in the background, take them on with pure skill, or be a coward like me and get the whole village to help you out. Progression in this build is truly limitless. Leveling up is straightforward, you just kill more things and get more XP. You can get skill points to play with to upgrade your character, and you can explore for as far and as long as you want, as enemies will scale with you along the way. This is all quite important information, as you'll you'll see soon, but for now, let's continue. Between the 5th and the 23rd of July 2013, 2 updates came out, both being quite big bug fixes. Now, it's important to mention that even at this time, the DDoS attacks were still coming left, right, and center. This only complicated things as Wally had to essentially work multiple jobs, updating the game, fixing the website, and doing customer support, and so on. From the 12th of July, things on Twitter began to slow down. You see, Twitter for this project and for Wally was everyone's main source of communication and progress for the game. Wally would disappear for about a month and come back in August with a short spree of tweets in just one day. Then another month goes by and people were beginning to show some concern, as there was no sign for any new updates or even tweets about the game. In this time there were some screenshots on his blog, but not much else. Because people were worried, Wally would come back in October with one tweet to assure everybody that they're still working on the game, and then would come back in November with more tweets showing some more progress. This would continue and the hype train was pretty much back on. Even with this less consistent form of communication, the fans knew that the game was being worked on just by 2 people. This would continue until January of 2014, where a big update for a questing system was teased. Now this was pretty exciting because everybody had something to look forward to. This was it. The game was going to be even better than before. A couple months go by and in April there are a few tweets talking about the questing system, and in May there was another blog post about it, and then a month later after that, Wally releases a trailer for this new big update. It looked pretty cool and it was a relief to see some progress on this new update. Sure, the communication was more spaced out than before. People can rest assured that the game is clearly being worked on. But shortly after this video, Wally just disappeared. This wasn't another month without a tweet or a screenshot. He was just gone. No updates, no posts, no nothing. Did something happen? Is Wally okay? There were theories going around that he did a runner and abandoned the game, just took all the money and left. People still believed in Wally and the project, but speculation around the game started to grow. Finally, on the 10th of October 2015, a rather strange tweet came out, where Wally would say, "I'm currently adding music to Cube World." After a year and a half, Wally came back as if nothing happened, and from this point onwards, he would continue tweeting about the game almost daily. The quest update appeared to still be in progress. Bear in mind that the last update that was released was all the way back in July of 2013. For the next year or so, progress on the quest update was shared along with more screenshots, such as dungeons, improvements to exploration, music, and so on. Hype for the game was still around and the fanbase only continued to grow. However, there were some people that either just forgot about the game or were starting to lose some faith as to whether this game would ever receive an update. It was nice to see the overall progression of development on the game, but with no updates to the alpha being released, there was nobody to experience any of it. This would become a much bigger problem for a whole other reason, which we'll understand very soon. Or should I say, after the next couple of years of radio silence. Because on the 2nd of July 2017, Wally would leave yet again with no sight or sound. Again, the silence would fall, and Cube World would continue to be more of a mystery than anything else. And to add to this, the game was no longer available, as it was just taken off the store. As time went by, more theories would continue to stew within the community. People wanted to know what was going on. People really wanted to know if this game was ever going to be released and if their money was well spent on the alpha. On the 26th of January 2019, the silence was finally broken as Wally came back with a new tweet. There was no explanation as to where he went, and it was almost as if nothing happened. Wally did stay true to his word, because on this day he made 3 more tweets. One about flying, one about activating fast travel shrines, and finally one about gnomes. But as you can probably guess by now, that was short-lived because Wally again went absolutely silent. But this time for 6 months, only to come back in July to share more screenshots of the game. All this did was prove one thing, that the game was still being worked on, but there were no clear signs as to whether a new update or release would ever come out. At this point, people were expecting him just to disappear again. So far, it seems like Wally would disappear and only come back to reassure people that he hasn't run off with the money. But on the 7th of September 2019, a strange blog post would come from Wally that would explain what's been going on for the past few years. This is what it said word for word. "When I released Cube World back in 2013 on our homepage, I was enthusiastic to finally share my game with you. It was a dream come true for me. I wanted to be a game developer ever since I was a kid. As some of you might remember, we got DDoSed as soon as we opened the shop. It might sound silly, but this event traumatized me and kind of broke broke something inside me. I never told anyone about it, and I don't want to go into details, but I'm dealing with anxiety and depression ever since. Social media didn't improve it, as you might imagine. I'm still not sure if it's a good idea to tell the world about it, but I wanted to give the fans an explanation. There were several points in the past years I considered releasing an update, but every time I was afraid it wasn't good enough. I'm also a bit of a perfectionist, and it made me rework everything from scratch several times. The version I'm planning to release is basically Cube World 2.0. There are still many things I would like to add in the future, but I think this version is already fun. It's really sad to see that this man was discouraged by all the DDoS attacks. Although some people might not see it as that much of a big deal, negativity like this has a different impact on different people. This game was Walle's passion project, and with that came an emotional attachment. These people weren't just attacking a game, they were attacking Walle, so I can only feel bad for him in this case. But either way, after releasing an alpha that people paid for and showed a lot of support for, the lack of any real updates and the inconsistent communication didn't really make any of this better. I think one of the main reasons as to why Walle would just disappear for a while from Twitter would also be due to the negativity that he got online. People were tired of waiting. It's been years since the last update, and a lot of people were just fed up. Of course, on Twitter, people are very dramatic when they are passionate about a project, but there were legitimate questions as to what was going on. Although there was a lot of support for the game and Walle himself, which overall made this divide between people who are quite negative about the project and people who are quite positive. If you know anything about the internet, negativity just hits harder. There's also the issue of perfectionism, which in itself is a recipe for disaster, as things not only take longer to produce, but also leaves you without any feedback, as these updates weren't tested in phases by any of the users. Walle felt the pressure to release anything. He wanted everything to be perfect, but in doing so, he only heightened the expectations, and that just got worse over time as people were expecting something bigger as time went on. On the 6th of September, Walle would announce that Cube World would be released on Steam very soon, sometime later in September or October, confirming that all owners of the alpha version would get a free key for the Steam release. Later that month, on the 20th, the fanbase was blessed with the official Cube World release trailer. This was a 4-minute long video showing off the game along with all the new features that were added to it throughout the past few years, and it was a sigh of relief for a lot of people. There was so much hype surrounding this that even Mr. Beast left a comment. And then only 10 days after that, Cube World was finally released. People could finally play all these new updates, all these new changes that they've been hyped for so long. But this is where things take a darker turn because, oh boy, this was one hell of a surprise. Immediately, people noticed there was something off about the game. It looked similar, but almost reworked in a way. Although Walle did mention at points that he was reworking a lot of systems, people weren't really expecting it to this degree. The mechanics seemed remade. There were a bunch of promised features missing, as detailed in this Reddit post. Even worse, the progression system was totally reworked. In the alpha, you could level and progress as far and as much as you wanted. It was technically infinite, which made the game pretty unique.
The fact that the alpha was so unique, where you can just level infinitely, that's kind of what you want. That's why sandbox games are so appealing, because technically you can play them forever. And he decided to remove that from the game.
There was a skill tree and you could go from region to region without any trouble, just leveling up by killing monsters and collecting new rare loot. But in the Steam release, you don't gain XP via killing monsters. You only level up by finding and collecting artifacts, which on its own isn't the worst design choice, as it encourages you to explore not just for loot but also for something else. However, this wasn't really communicated, so it came as a shock to many people. But the worst thing about this release is that your items were region locked, meaning that all the good gear you collected is useless the moment you cross over to another region, and all of the useful items that you collected gone, meaning that there's no real reason to explore further than the region you're in because all sense of progression is now void. People of course weren't happy about this, and a lot of other little things too. The reviews for this game are currently mixed for a reason. There were a lot of strong emotions going around for what just happened. The expectations for this game were subverted, and it left a lot of people just feeling down about the whole situation. Adding to this, people who bought the alpha and forgot about Cube World couldn't even access their Steam key, as it was only available to supporters for a limited period of time, which only annoyed people even more. With all this backlash and confusion, Wale did a Homer Simpson and faded into the bush. And there's been no sign of him or any update to the game ever since. From the point of this recording, the game is abandoned. But then again, not entirely. I didn't want to just look at what went wrong here, because although the base game has a really annoying progression system, it's still not that bad of a game. Granted, I've not played it nearly as much as most people, so I can't give a solid review of the game. But after playing both the alpha and the Steam release for a few hours, as well as having a look at all the drama, I can see the appeal of the game and understand why people felt let down. Thankfully, Cube World does have some sort of community. It's small, but they do have an active Discord. When I joined, I noticed a couple of people streaming and I jumped in to say hi. We talked about the game a little bit. They took me through the general concept of it all, as well as what went wrong throughout development. When talking about the issue with the region locked items and gear, they shared a link to me with this mod right here. It's clear that some people still enjoy Cube World, and even though the official release was a bit of a letdown, it's nice to see that even though Wally went completely missing, there is a community out there for people to join if they are interested in picking up this game. Although it's still being sold for about $20 and doesn't have a workshop page, meaning that you're going to have to do a little bit more to mod the game. There's probably not going to ever be another update. It's a shame to see that this game is essentially supported by its abandoned community, but also reassuring at the same time. Cube World for the longest time has been a mystery, a passion project that started off with an enthusiastic developer that went missing for months, even years at a time, with a grand finale where the release of the game left everyone with more questions than answers. So what went wrong? If it wasn't obvious, quite a few things, but I believe the main issue lies with expectations versus reality. For the longest time, everyone was just left with an early alpha version of the game, and although there were signs of progression with new updates promised along the way, nobody had a chance to experience any of it. Wale said it himself. He's a perfectionist, someone who won't settle for anything less. He kept working on the game until it was perfect to his standard, which is a process that I'm all too familiar with myself. You keep wanting to add new things to it. You keep thinking, oh, I need to add this, oh, this is not perfect, no, I need to change this, and any deadline that you have for yourself just gets pushed back further and further. The only people really testing this game were just him and his wife. There was a beta test at some point, but this was short-lived as the release came out soon after. When you build a game for yourself, anything goes. But when you make a game that people will buy, then communication is a must. It was 6 years since the last update for the alpha, and I think a lot of people rightfully assumed that the big release on Steam would only improve what was already there. But that wasn't the case, because a lot changed all at once, a lot of things were completely reworked, and none of it was properly tested or communicated. If this was the way that the game was always going to be, then I doubt the response would have been so negative. But that's only if the developer made it clear from the start, or at least somewhere down the line. I do honestly hope for the best for Wale, because it's clear that he did struggle throughout the whole process of this game. It almost seemed like he just wanted to get this off his chest and then leave it at that. And if you think about it, this really is a tale of suffering from success, and I don't mean that in a mean way. I mean, this is a passion project that a lot of people also got on board with, and I think the pressure and the attention surrounding it, the expectations from the community, and the anxiety about failure got to Wally in the end. But that is all for today. Thank you so much for watching. If you're enjoying this series, just click on this video right here. And
we have
thanks again.
We have an update. Let's see.
It's been a while. It's been a long while since we heard anything about Cube World. The voxel-based procedure.
This is an update, really?
Generated action RPG that gained a lot of popularity but went through 6 years of near radio silent development, only to appear out of the blue with a release that confused quite a few and then was abandoned. After years without an update, let alone a peep, the man himself, Wally, came back and has been back for about as long as it took me to find the milk. Sorry guys, I know it's been a while and I hope you can see some irony in the topic I've picked for today. Anyway, Cube World Omega is the new project in development, but what is it? Is this an overdue update or an an entirely new game? Is this the version we've all been waiting for? And will this mend the bridge that burnt so many, or will this be a similar cycle to what went wrong before? As always, I'm Wicked Wiz, not being a man of my word this time, standing in a game I covered a while ago. Now, although that video served as a decent enough summary, a couple issues were missed that I feel are not worth missing again that I will touch on later. But seeing as it's been a while, let's start with a recap. An aspiring indie dev teased development of his passion project called Cube World back in 2011. It gained a lot of hype, and in 2013, the alpha went on sale. It was well received. You could explore a procedurally generated world, do quests, fight funny little voxel creatures, earn XP, level up, and skill up. But of course, something went wrong. You see, during the sale, the store was regularly shut down for maintenance, and was then later claimed to have been hit by multiple DDoS attacks. Ever since, communication slowed down with moments of radio silence.
It's funny you say that because Trove was a response to Cube World. Like they tried to actually, make something like that.
And no major updates for the next 6 years. It wasn't until September 2019 where on the 7th, Wale finally opened up about personal issues he struggled with that affected development and served as a reason for the lack of communication. In short, the DDoS attacks left a mark and broke something inside of him. Ever since, he suffered from depression and anxiety. Mix this in with perfectionism, and you've got yourself a nasty dose of self-isolation. Fair enough, no newly popular dev is truly prepared for all that attention, but this isolation resulted in changes behind closed doors. There were things planned and alluded to but then cut out, as well as new systems and features that were never announced or properly tested. To be very clear, not everybody hated this release, at least not entirely, but the general opinion is that the alpha was better than the Steam release. Amongst many posts and paste bins of heavy critique, one of the main unannounced changes was this unorthodox progression system with the removal of XP and skill trees. Instead of fighting enemies to gain XP, you had to find artifacts to level up, and to say that the gains were minimal is an understatement.
Is this an artifact? Oh my god, it is! And I'm level 2! Increases the radius of your lamp. Are you kidding me?
Most controversial was the region lock system, making hard-earned gear essentially useless and useful gear disappear when you enter a new region. But before any mods came out to remedy this, the last anyone heard of Wale was the 29th of September 2019, and that was it. No major updates ever since. It wasn't until about 3 years and 7 months later where, unexpectedly, Wale came back with a new tweet, an entirely new blog and post, as well as a new video on YouTube. Hi everybody, I'm currently working on a new version of Cube World. I chose the project title Cube World Omega as a reference to Cube World Alpha, because I'd like to develop it in the spirit of that version, but with a new engine and new features. Now, to keep things simple, the main takeaways from this blog post are the following. A completely new graphics engine based on Vulkan. New weather and ambient effects like rain, snow, slippery ice, moving clouds, jiggling tree leaves, and water waves have been announced. Procedural models. All creatures, players, NPCs, items, weapons, armor, and pets will be unique. Everything will be generated by an algorithm. This also allows for easy to add facial expressions. The GUI gets a complete overhaul as well. Here's an example of that. But arguably, the most promising announcement is that they're planning on bringing back experience, leveling, and skill trees for this version. This is it, the new vision. Unless I'm missing anything, it's essentially Alpha Reborn, something that people have always wanted, and it's now being worked on. It's exciting stuff, and I'm here for it, especially if leveling.
Holy fuck, I just realized. This is like Final Fantasy XIV. He released Alpha, then he killed it with Beta, or with Release. Yeah, he released Alpha, then he killed it with Release, and now it's Cube World Realm Reborn.
and skill trees make a comeback. Post consistency has also been relatively good. If it's not a blog post or a video, it's a tweet, just sharing something. Although, unfortunately, communication appears to remain one-sided. Comments are disabled on new videos, the blog has no commenting feature, and questions on Twitter are met with no answer. Questions like, for example, if this new version is a long-awaited update for the Steam release or a new game with a new price tag. Now, it could be that the word version in Wally's book means update, but with the talk of a new engine, it brings up the question, yet there's no answer or confirmation, just speculation. The general sentiment seems to be let bro cook and we'll find out later, which to be honest is what people did before. Either way, the overall response for Wally's comeback appears to be quite supportive, and there is a lot of excitement, but unfortunately when you come back out of the blue without any explanation, you may find that the dust never truly settled. There has been a divide between opinions on this topic for a long time now, and with Wally's return came a rough reminder of the past. With Wally's return, here are some important reminders. Posted on Reddit about 12 hours after the new tweet. This is quite a lengthy post, written with a fair amount of passion and a real shake of the fist towards those dreaded anti-intellectual fanboys, with a stance that people shouldn't trust this comeback, that this is just another attempt at making a quick buck only to run away again. No apologies regarding his lies for the DDoS. No apologies for the mass silencing of criticism across all platforms, especially against constructive criticism. No apologies or explanations for his radio silence. No mention that things will be different this time. And as we already know, no comments allowed on his videos or blog posts. God damn, yeah, there's a lot to go through here, including things I didn't previously dig deep enough into. To figure out what went wrong with anything, you need to find the reasons why. And this post in particular provides many reasons why some people were and still are pissed about what happened, why some call Cube World a scam, and why emotions run high with this topic. Now, most of it talks about the cut, planned, and teased content. Without going into granular detail, I can say that there are valid reasons as to why there's drama, because as recapped before, a lot was changed behind closed doors, and this was the main error, the lack of clarity and communication with fans. A lot of people bought the alpha not just out of hype, but due to the promise of what was to come. It doesn't matter if it was just a $20 purchase over 10 years ago, if the original supporters got the Steam release for free, if there was a content disclaimer tucked away on the website, or how much of a risk early access is, or even how much fun it was without any major updates for 6 years. Everyone who bought the game at the time thought they were getting something else, and weren't told otherwise. Whether intentional or not, supporters have the right to voice their frustration, obviously within reason. And the reason why posts like this say that he just ran off with the money and will do it again, largely comes down to the abrupt ending and the sudden chaotic beta that was met with a fed-up release, followed by the deletion of the entire blog the day after and a long cold silence till fairly recently. But why? What actually happened during the beta, and why are there claims of the DDoS being faked? If the DDoS was the reason for the issues behind the scenes, then the beta was the tipping point. Simply put, when the beta went live, many people began to voice their opinions, with questions about missing things and general critique. However, the problem was that a lot of posts were apparently deleted, a lot of discussions were locked, and some people were banned for seemingly no valid reason. I've looked into this drama a fair amount, and I have to say it's not easy to explain everything that happened without making a whole other video comparing what he said, she said versus available evidence. But in a nutshell, based off of discussions and some examples on the topic, it does look like moderation from the top down weren't too fond of criticism, or at least the volume and tone of it, taking down anything that seemed too repetitive or completely locking discussion to prevent negativity. I think it's fair to say that the odd argumentative nerd throwing slurs gets what they deserve, but locking valid posts of pure feedback because either it's not positive towards this version or debate gets a little heated if not lukewarm doesn't seem right. Now later on things became a bit more clear and understandable when Wally's other half apologized, saying that they're new to this and just wanted to replace or perhaps remove threads with name calling and harassment. Although largely accepted, this apology quickly received a response by one user listing many examples of posts not showing harassment or name calling, going as far as somebody saying that their review was flagged and partially censored. Granted, most of these examples were locked posts with the odd ban, but I think it's fair to say that this was all a mess, and in the beautiful world of hindsight, they would have done better better with a professional community manager, which to be fair was recommended quite a few times, although when somebody posted about it, they got warned, so I think that speaks for itself. The reality is that someone new to moderation was leading by example, dealing with one hell of a fire, which understandably didn't turn out too well. But was this mass silencing? Well, if it wasn't meant to be, then it looked like it, and gave the critics more of a reason to be critical. Because things weren't properly addressed, the flames got bigger. The narrative of censorship grew with each example. The divide between those who accepted the game for what it was versus those who were looking for answers grew wider. And all of that, on top of already existing issues, is most likely what drove Wally away. This is why you'll see blame pinned on the haters by the affectionately named fanboys. But if this was the tipping point, then what about the DDoS? It was apparently the thing that triggered Wally's self-isolation, so why are people saying it's fake? And what does that mean if it was? I can tell you what it means if it was fake. It means that Wally lied and used it as an excuse for trauma. So for what I hope are obvious reasons, it's worth taking this seriously and explore what happened before running any theories or conclusions. Starting with some context. To set the scene, the store went live on the 2nd of July 2013, but was quickly overloaded. The issue was that to get a copy of the alpha, you had to register, but registrations quickly clogged up the site. So much so that before the big claim, Wally said it was like a DDoS attack. Because of this, registrations were deactivated for maintenance, and this was done to prevent more people paying but not actually being able to download a copy due to the overload. Those who did get a copy faced connection problems with the launcher that also seemed to be connected to the same server, causing issues for the site. On top of 24/7 customer service, the focus was to update this launcher, but in the end, that didn't really do much to solve the problem. This is where we get the claim that it was a DDoS attack, and the only glimpse into server traffic, showing just 1 hour with a 30-minute spike at a relatively low maximum of 39 megabits per second. The DDoS claim itself was announced 15 minutes before this. So just to be very clear, this is what Wally thought was a DDoS attack. 2 days after the claim, they interviewed with Kotaku and said that they originally assumed fault on their side, that their systems could be broken, but with total conviction came to the conclusion that all problems were a result of attacks occurring during the evening/night when their fans from across the pond would typically come online. So what made people think it was fake then? Well, it largely comes down to this one image, showing what appeared to be quite a small attack, but also an odd bump in traffic. Even at the time, some people suspected this just to be high demand, but there were still many none the wiser and took this at face value, including myself in the last video, due to minimal knowledge on networking and not pondering the orb as hard as I should. Which is why I'm diving so deep into this, because it's arguably the most important reason why everything went downhill since the alpha. To get to the point, this graph shows at best a very small attack compared to the average DDoS back in 2013. But also, if this was enough to knock out the site, then clearly the problem just came down to a lack of prep, both for demand and the possibility of people being assholes, which is totally fine. Nobody should expect a first-time popular dev to get things right at the start. Now, to be very transparent, I don't claim to be an expert when it comes to networking, but after reading into this, I'm going to throw my theories on the table with a pinch of salt. Anyway, this small chunk of a peak in traffic, hosting-wise, seems quite small. A question when looking into this is if Wally set up his own server, and if so, was this the max bandwidth? Well, there is this post that I've used as a decent start for further research. It is admittedly hyperbolic and biased with some funny all caps, but unironically, it throws around the use of a free Cloudflare plan. Now, if Wally was using Amazon Web Services, then the chart would look a little bit more like this. Not to say that these guys in this example are using AWS, but this example in particular is from 4 years before. Even if hosting was on a free or cheap plan from a large provider, then Anycast, a common routing method, would have helped spread out an attack. And if the basic security wasn't good enough,
wait, there's no way he
used
a free website,
quick
right?
to sell advanced protection. If it was some niche provider, then it's hard to believe that they couldn't just upgrade to a larger package, especially with how long this went on for. It might seem obvious, but you can never be too sure. However, it looks like Wally wanted to host the game on his own server and host the site there too. But just to throw
Yeah,
what
makes sense.
if out there. This could also not be the max bandwidth and he was just capping traffic like he did before. Saw something we didn't, but in the spur of the moment shared this image with said in post cap activated and just never shared anything else or elaborated ever since. But it could also be that in this case, for a first time release, he simply mistook the backlog of demand for an attack, not really knowing what to look for, but regardless still made the claim. Just to give you a rough idea of how many people wanted to play this game, the power of early 2010s Let's Players definitely boosted demand. As we already know from Hello Neighbor, having a content creator play your game has been a dream or a nightmare for many devs, and Cube World was no exception. Copies of the closed alpha were given to some big names at the time. The combination of streams and videos obviously increased exposure before the store went live. Because of this, I was curious to see if there were any correlations between upload date and time versus Wally's concerned tweets. The 5th of July, 12:49 AM, when traffic clogged up registrations and looked like an attack, there were at least 3 fairly big channels posting content not too long before, inevitably boosting traffic as the views came in. The 6th of July, 2:21 and 2:36 AM, when the claim was made that they were attacked with an example of traffic. Ethos Labs and Nerdcubed both posted videos the same day. Now, of course, these are just examples and don't match the exact date or time, but I'm pretty sure you get the idea. Now, just to add to this, people were sat there waiting for registrations and the store to come back online, constantly refreshing their page, and there was even a well-known site tracker that had the option for notifications. They also said that they were attacked as soon as they opened the store or user registrations. I mean, this could have been one of the reasons why, or smashing F5 on the Forbidden Family laptop. Let me know how many viruses your one had. So then, were the DDoS attacks a lie, a story for sympathy and widespread coverage? Honestly, to me, it's not even about that. With only an hour of traffic to see, there's no telling whether they were or weren't attacked at some point. Now, there was malicious intent before the store even went live in the form of fake downloads. I'd actually be surprised if they weren't attacked for the age-old reason just because, seeing as there wasn't anything really to mitigate it for so long. So to draw an answer from me, I would say that I think it's very likely they were attacked. But I wouldn't say this was an attack. This whole situation looks like inexperience meets high demand, which is totally understandable. I won't judge someone for not being properly prepared on their first launch. But it's the statement that it was all external that tells me that they didn't at least take some accountability for a lack of foresight. So does this invalidate Wally's struggles? Of course not, because I think in the end it was more than just a DDoS attack. It was the reality of creating a product and then putting it out there. The realization that people have opinions and expectations with varying temperament. It's many developers' dream to achieve such popularity and success. But the truth is, everyone's got a plan until they're punched in the face. Everyone's got a dream, but nobody knows if they can hack it till it becomes a reality. Or was just a hobby unfortunately became a nightmare. And I think we can all agree that the way things were handled was far from ideal. But that's the past, and you can't change it. But it's what you do now that regains that trust. So, with Wally back, what's the score? And where's this gonna go? Personally, I think he's back with one goal in mind, and that's just to remake Cube World Alpha with what I hope to be more than before. I say remake because that appears to be what he's doing in the pursuit to find the perfect engine that can resolve core issues from the 2 previous versions. UE5, for example, was the most recently tested. In regards to progress, it's hard to tell because there's no roadmap, but to wipe the slate clean and to observe with fresh eyes, it's looking pretty decent. Variation seems to be a big focus. Such as new world generation for less random and more meaningful landscapes. There's a clear push to making everything much more procedural, and it looks like some creatures from before have been added to this remake. There's mention of adding signature abilities to enemies for more depth and variation when it comes to combat. Pathfinding was a pretty broken thing in the Steam release, and it looks like he's trying to solve those issues so they don't pop up again. And so far, update-wise, that's pretty much it. Regardless of everything, I'm happy to see the guy back, at least just to know that he's alright. And there is something nostalgic about it, maybe in a Stockholm kind of way. I won't say his return is perfect. It is kind of understandable, but also very odd to come back without addressing some things, like why he's back now, or if anything will be different this time. I don't think it's wrong to say that everyone who supported Cube World financially and more at one point or another, especially those who stuck by him the most, deserve at least something, at least some terms to go by. My only worry is if development becomes an echo chamber again, because that's what essentially kicked off the big drama from before. Of course, criticism and anger about the past will always come up, because a lot of people still feel wronged about what happened, and it's natural human behavior to warn others from past experiences. It's okay to be cautiously excited, but there is a reason as to why people have trust issues regarding Cube World, why many would just stick to something like Valorant, a game that spawned from this chaos to reliably offer what so many people felt was lost. Maybe Cube World Omega will surprise us all, but I think for now the best thing to do is just to let bro cook, see what happens, and if this new version is free, cool, but if not, definitely wait for those reviews to come in. Thank you very much for watching. Again, sorry, it really has been a while. In contrast to prior naive optimism, these videos have proven to take their toll. 2023 was figuring a lot of stuff out, but 2024 is what I've dedicated to growth. Although for now, just consider this channel the slow one and wicked. See what we offer, what's excited, but there is a reason as to why people have trust issues regarding Cube World, why many would just
Valorant. It's not on Steam. It's not on Steam. What the heck is this? Wait, it's open source? It's an MMO? What the fuck? What the heck is this?
stick to something like Valorant, a game that spawned from this chaos to
I said that I would never play Valorant.
Not Valorant. Valorant. Stop. 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 Stop.
Today we are checking out Valorant. This is an indie MMORPG that is open source and has been in development for years. We are trying out Valorant. This is an open world indie MMORPG inspired by Cube World. It's pretty awesome and we are trying out Valorant. This is an open world indie MMORPG inspired by Cube World. It's pretty awesome and it is free to play. We'll be hopping into the EU server. It's got about 50 people on right now. Let me know what you think in the comments. This is one of my favorite indie MMOs in development. Stick around by subscribing. All we do is cover indie MMORPGs on this channel. Leave me a like if you can, and we have a Discord server, over 900 on there, indie MMORPG themed. I'm gonna play this for a couple of weeks, so stick around if you want to see more Valorant content. Now let's try this out. We're just gonna start fresh. Here's the character creator. I'm a pretty big fan of the orcs. I think we're gonna make an orc. This game's really cool though. It's got a lot of content. Bad thing is we're on the EU server and I am in the US, but I don't mind, I guess. It's just a little bit laggy sometimes. And I guess this is gonna be us.
So when are you making your own Cube World? Stay tuned. Let's just see how Farm Boy sells, you know?
this? Well, we are just dropped into the world. We're in the desert and we want to hit up this town first, I guess. This is kind of the main hub town. I want to see what the players are up to. Looks like 48 players on right now. Wild animals all around town are a great source of animal hide. We should probably start there. Yeah, let's go hit up the forest town. Has a bit more options when it comes to easy mobs to fight. Looks like we're starting off with our great sword. There are a few different options for combat. We have our general perks we can kind of put points into just to unlock that tree, and then we have some deeper options we can get into. Looks like sword still has the most options. Oh, nice. This is totally new. Awesome. This is new for me, at least. I haven't played for a few months. We got some axe options. I don't remember that. Wow, they got hammer in too. Awesome. Bow looks the same. Fire staff looks the same. Healing staff. So we should try something new. I'm thinking axe for this playthrough or hammer. Ooh, it's a tough choice. Anyways, I'll start heading towards over there. But yeah, the game's making progress slowly but steadily. I've been following it for about 4 years. Those two weapon changes are like a new change in the last year, I'm pretty sure. I checked out the game like 6 months ago. This is a good way of traversal. You can always fly, and then everything you see on the map, all those buildings you can go to, all those mountains you can climb up to. I'm gonna be playing this for, wow, we can zoom out a lot, a couple of weeks, so we can really build up our characters, see how the game is developing, learn some new stuff. There's an airship right there. I am on EU though, so stuff's a little bit rubber bandy sometimes, but overall it's okay. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this series. Let me know what you think. This is kind of the desert area. These really big spots usually have some strong mobs. Looks like there is an ogre right here. Oh yeah, no, we cannot fight this guy right now, but they drop some good loot. You could choose the mobs a lot of time if you just like get on a roof or something. I can't remember how to roll. There's like a dodge roll mechanic. Oh, I had roll on middle mouse. Oh yeah, we're not geared up for this place. I don't think you can choose where you're gonna spawn, so yeah, you just gotta figure out the game as you go. Let's see, can we eat a cactus? Because we have no health. We have a potion, cheese. Nom nom nom. There'll be campfires all around, and that's basically a respawn point. Look how much you can zoom out. It's actually crazy. We can't even load that much.
What's with the zoom?
Out. This game is open source. It has a ton of developers, and there are a few custom servers even. First step, I want to go to my hometown, and it should be this one if I remember correctly. But yeah, all the art's custom, all the music's made by people on the team. I really like the music in this game. It's solid. Whoa. Oh no, 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 no. We're burning, we're burning. Wow, look at that distance. Mobs are crazy in this game. Let's see, if you see stuff like that over there, it's probably like an overworld dungeon with a bunch of mobs. This game's pretty group friendly, but I've never really grouped for this game. Like, you don't have to, as long as you gear up enough. No way, they added like Mario style jumping off walls? What is that? That can't be a player. Hi. No, that is a player. I'm shocked. In the middle of nowhere. Wow, I'm actually shocked. You know how massive this map is? Wait, I can pet him? What the heck? Oh, so cute, little guy. So when you trade people, you could see their inventory, and this guy's got bags and stuff. Raw meat sliver. Thank you, good sir. Let's put these on our hotbar. We don't have any skills yet. Eat some apples. Oh, what a nice guy. Looks like people are typing in global again. That's good. Oh, there. Okay, I was one off. They also have a climbing mechanic. We can climb up just about anything if you have the stamina for it. We got some hyenas. Let's pull out our lantern. Better get out of here. Oh, some kind of lava node? Oh, what? It's a campfire. Good, we can heal here too. And now, if we ever die, we just respawn here. See, can we take a hyena? Block. Ow. Block. I think we... Oh, maybe we can't. No, no, we can't. We have some kind of purple block bar or something. That's also new. Bro. Some intense music out here in the desert. Yeah, these guys are probably hostile. What are these? Oh, cool. The lizard guys. Yeah, I better get out of here too. Oh,
I still don't think it's on par with Cube World though.
Yay, animal hide. Yeah, we gotta fight stuff like that once we're in the forest. There'll be little guys like that. Maybe some wolves or something.
Cube World had this charm about it.
Giant tarantulas after us. Trying to get over this mountain's taking me some time. Oh no! Instead of climbing it, what if I could just fly around? Man, the music is so good in this game. I'm gonna collect materials while we're running over there, because it's gonna be like 15-minute walk probably.
Still looks good though.
Looks like we finally made it, and that did take me 15 minutes. Let's see if any players are here. Looks like the NPCs are flipping out over something. Probably trying to fight some mob. What's down there? What is going on? There's some players. Lots of players here though, cool. Got probably a quarter of the server here. Why is there a goose? I thought that was a player. Oh, fail. Here's where the campfire is. Step 1, we need some armor and we need an axe. Oh, I forgot. We need metal and animal materials. 5 stones, 4 twigs for pickaxe. Dang, I gotta go collect those off the ground first. How do we make bags too? We need some storage. Hey, this merchant. Do they sell bags? Because we need bags. This is 10 slots. Okay, we can take one. I'm gonna head towards this mountain. Ah, here's a stone. What is this? Oh, it's a goblin. Oh, he's a little guy. Random thug. What do you drop? Oh, stones. Perfect. Oh, he's fighting with the drumstick. Looks like there are a few of them up here. Oh, we leveled. Well, we want to unlock axe proficiency. We have some energy stuff here. Now we have axe unlocked. You can have 2 weapons equipped. Usually I go ranged and melee. We need a few more stones. This is a node, but we need our pickaxe first. Got a bug over here. Now we need twigs. No way, don't tell me that's a player. It is a player. Looks like the sun's coming up, which means I'll be able to see the twigs a bit easier. There should be a lot in the forest, I imagine. It's just a little hard to see at night. I picked up logs. Can we make twigs? We can. Crafting bench. Okay. Ooh, someone dropped their meat. Don't mind if I do. We want to make a pickaxe so that we can mine some stuff to make some weaponry and some armor. Because if you haven't noticed, the monsters in this game are pretty crazy. I can't remember. Do I equip this? Oh, tab. I press tab and I can switch. Okay. I'm actually gonna go back up to that mountain and mine this up pretty good.
Oh my god.
No way. It used to just be one hit and you would break these open. So that is also new. Very cool. Yeah, we would just like run past them and just tap them one time. Very cool. I'm gonna gather a bunch of this and then we'll head back to town. Now that's a view. Looks like we got a point in mining. Is this separate? Yeah, it is separate. We have speed, gem yield, and ore yield. Let's do speed. Faster speed means faster hitting, which means faster experience. Looks like that ship actually is functional. That's also new. I'm pretty sure they were broken last time I played. Whoa, there's 3 of them. Maybe they go to different cities? Who's this? Captain. Anyways, let's go ahead and make some gear. Craft all. Craft all. Let's make an axe head. We have copper ingots. Bronze here. Do we have any animal parts? We have 2 scales. Nope, that doesn't work. To get material, it definitely helps make weapons more useful. Bronze chest. Oh, we need leather too, dang. Well, we need leather first. Let me see if I could find some mobs to fight. I see some zebras. I'm guessing they probably have plenty of leather. We don't have any skills, so let's see how this goes. Okay, they fight back. Oh, lots of health with these guys, but they don't seem to do much damage. Oh, they're running. Holy cow, they're fast. Yo, this zebra's beating me up. Oh. Oh man, hold space to give up. Rip.
Rip. You did.
Okay. Well, we only got 2 leather from that. We need like horns and stuff for a better weapon. We're just gonna have to make a plain one without any augment. Oh, he swings hecka fast. Right click is to overhead. Hunting my prey. I see something. Ew. Some creepy noises. Those noises are crazy. A tanning rack. Let's craft all. Might as well make more meat. Okay, make all leather strips. Now I think. Okay, good. We can make some armor. Okay, I think we just made ourselves a whole set. Now, this hat looks funny. This basically just gives armor, looks like, and stun resistance. So there are different types of armor, and they do different things. But obviously, this is super basic defense-based armor. Well, we're geared up, so I'm thinking we should probably go hit a cave. There's just a cave outside of town. Okay, it says a cave is right here. There it is. Okay, we got some copper. What else is there? Oh, fly away, fly away. Unfortunately, we are not very strong. Let me see, I could take this guy. We need experience. If we can gain some perks, then we'll be way stronger. These mines go down so deep. I don't think I can handle this guy. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh. Those guys are too strong down there, and we barely made it very deep into that cave. So I think we need to farm some simpler mobs. I don't know how hard an alligator's gonna be, but chop? Yeah, we could take him. Whoa, whoa. Oh, shoot, maybe not. We already lost half the health. Okay, maybe we can't take alligators. I could farm like those axolotls and stuff. Let's see, I'm gonna heal up. Maybe he's trying to get us. Oh, he did get us. Water fight with an alligator. Do not try this in real life. Oof, okay. That was close. I guess you have to use the specific weapon to gain the experience. Okay, here's some easy experience. Sorry, geckos. Sorry, axolotl. This water looks really good. Am I crazy? Am I really gonna farm axolotls for experience? Are those fish out of water? What is this? Piranha? I saw what looked like a totem over here. That totem. There might be some... Oh, shoot. There's no chance we could take a pride of lions. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Run, run, run. I can't move, I'm stunned. Dang it. I ought to just farm piranhas, bro. They don't fight back. Yay. So we basically have the bleed line or stun line. I think we're going to stuns. Now, how do I use this? Oh, it's just put on my bar. If I press 1, it does it. There's my nemesis. I see his... Come here, you. Surprise attack. Oh. Spam my new skill. Oh, he's stunned. Nice. Ouch. I stun you back. Come on, use the skill, bro. Oh, we got him. We got Predator Claws. There's a whole wiki on this game of like different combos. I don't know what Predator Claw does, but we're gonna check that out later. Come here, kitty, kitty. Oh, dodge. Nope, he still hit me. Let me see if I can stun him. Mayday, mayday. Finish him, finish him. No, his buddy came. We are back in, sold some stuff, made a little bit of money. Made some pretty good progress over the last couple of days. We already have our full set of armor and a decent weapon. I think I need to focus on getting some experience, and then we could go into a cave, try to get some better materials to make a better set of metal stuff. Purple Lagoon. We barely lost any health. What is this? It's, whoa. It's a bad guy. Wow, he hurts a lot. Ouch. Use my stun skill. Whoa, he dodges? Ouch. Wow. Oh man. Oh, look at these guys. That's the healing staff he's using. That's the attack. It's like a beam. And then the right click is to heal. Pretty cool. They got some really fancy gear on. What is this? There's some kind of... Oh, it's just the fortress. This might be too difficult. We have a golem protector guy over there. Let's see here. We can train on these guys. Yeah, they don't do much damage. Ow. Someone shooting us? There you are. Yeah, I guess I'll grind here. It's a good spot. We just can't aggro those golems. I think we need to get this spinning.
Okay.
Episode here. Made some
We may
pretty
have
good
to try
progress
this
over the
at some
last few
point.
days. Let me know what you think about Valorant in the comments. I really like this project. Stick around by subscribing. All we do is cover indie MMORPGs on this channel. I try to find interesting ones like this. And if you want to see more Valorant, we'll also have a couple more episodes coming up. Leave me a like if you can. These videos do take me quite a long time. Leave me a comment if you want. And we also have a Discord server, over 900 on there, indie MMORPG themed. We hop into indie MMOs in testing and where we keep track of all the latest news. So if you're into indie MMORPGs, stick around by subscribing and you can join our Discord server. Thanks for stopping by, and until next week, I will see you in game.
Alright, guys. That's it for me.
Have the YouTube replay on the side. But yeah. It's unfortunate that we need to do this, but yeah, probably
heck
we
is
can
this?
get a lot more real estate, making the screen bigger and even the chat there. But thank you for the heads up, Yuto.
Godot is streaming.
All right. And from this, when you see the and more, this means that the changes were not so like highlightable, but I do feel like some of them should have been. One of them that it really got my attention, which is the top voted entries on the show. It was also released on Monday, so yeah,
It's only 9 and then you have all day to stream
this time
still.
I will try to take a little bit more time with the previous.
I feel exhausted.
It's capable of producing just an executable that you share with all this. So if you're, where am I? Okay.
I feel exhausted.
Never mind. Okay. So it's just visually relevant. It shows inside
What is
there.
this?
Tweaking
Sir?
things to be. But thank you for the. I have here the Kenny 3D Kit platformer, and the change that this brings is like we have the regular game here, so you can move, jump, and whatever. But sometimes you're testing something that happens, in a particular moment, and maybe the game is too fast or too slow. So you can now change the game speed. And in this case, you can make everything super slow if you want to, like 1 to the 16th, and then you see everything in slow motion. And that's great. But you can also do it faster, like maybe you're working on an incremental game and you want things to go faster, and so you don't have to
Oh, that's
this
good.
is too fast for this kind of game, but you get the idea. So this is a great improvement, I feel, especially,
Yeah, that is cool. Why can't I read? Because they haven't made one. Okay. Paid.
You can also check if you're using the button. And you open your project, like just on a fresh day, something changed, and then you get a bunch of errors here. And it was telling you where exactly that was happening, but you couldn't do anything. You had to go find the script and.
Oh no, it's only 3D stuff.
Hey everyone, I'm making
3D. Bunch of 3D. Cross project includes rewriting the hash map hash or default. Cross project includes what's this? Remove display server. This might be something that will affect me. Ugh. Maybe. Jesus. The multi-mesh physics interpolation for 2D transforms. Come on, there has to be something for me here. Come on. Something, anything. Rendering, here we go. I don't think so. Like, it's even less than 4.5, you know? Ew. Did you check the? Yeah, I did when it came out. Minor optimization for occlusion culling, but this is only for 3D. I'm confused. What's the optimization? Come on, anything? Come on. It's all 3D stuff. I mean, makes sense. .3D. And that's it. .3D. Thought for sure they would have like something like this. But they don't. But then how are these other guys seeing the... Maybe it's a blog post? Yeah, it is a blog post. Hey Maglo. It looks like 4.6 is big on 3D stuff, Maglo. Are you ready? Build Godot engine as a library. Okay. ObjectDB profiling tool. Another common request from more technical minded user has been a proper means of profiling ObjectDB. The fuck is ObjectDB? Improved automatic mesh LOD using component pruning. Okay. So I don't know what I'm looking at. Which is the new version? This one or this one? I'm guessing the bottom. Rotation. Mobile. And more. That's it. Drag and drop exports. Look at that. Pretty good, pretty good. Wait. Wait. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, we've seen this. Rendering. Okay. Ugh. Oh no, again he looking into unstable engine versions. No, I'm not. You got no proof of that. There's no proof. You got no proof. Bro. I'm about to go. I'm about to go, bro. Maybe. Maybe. Are you implying there is a stable version of Godot? Ha! Manglo is so funny. Huh. Huh. Uh-huh. Huh. Maglo, I've been thinking. There's this engine. There's this engine. O3 B7 engine. I mean O3 DE engine. You may want to look into this. It's basically a fork of CryEngine. So basically, it's a fork of. So who was it? I don't know who it was. The people who made Lumberjack, which is from CryEngine, and then they split or something, and now we have an open source. Is he open source? I don't think it's open source. It is open source. They're using components as well.
Alex DeMartian, a technical trainer with the AWS Game Tech team. So maybe you heard some buzz about the open source project O3DE, and this left you with a few unanswered questions. Well, look no further. In this video, we're going to take a look at what exactly the Open3D engine is and at some of its many features. Now, a quick disclaimer before we begin. Due to the open source nature of O3DE, the O3D community is constantly making improvements. So check the description below for any updates. So what exactly is O3D? It's a multi-platform 3D development engine that brings together both integrated and external 3D authoring tools like Maya, Blender, ZBrush, the Substance Suite, and countless others. This enables users to build AAA games, cinema quality 3D worlds for video production, and high fidelity simulations. Another incredible benefit of using O3DE is that the user pays 0 licensing fees. Open3D Engine consists of a robust set of features, for instance gems, which are modules that contain libraries with standard interfaces and assets. Each system in O3DE is provided by its own gem, and you can pick and choose what functionality to add based on your requirements. You can also customize O3DE or replace functionality entirely with your own gems. In future videos, we'll cover gems in much more depth. Another incredible feature is Atom, O3DE's physically based renderer. Atom is a cross-platform, modular, data-driven, and multi-threaded renderer that can be extended for a wide variety of visual and performance needs. Some of Atom's features include support for forward and deferred rendering, modular framework that allows for multiple rendering paths, DirectX 12, Vulkan, and Metal Graphics API support. It's optimized for cluster forward and shading models with discrete passes that give you control over Atom's final output, global illumination, ray tracing, support for parallax correction, and the Amazon shader language, a flexible extension of HLSL that allows you to write your own shaders in a familiar syntax. Overall, there's no limitations on customizable render passes.
Does any of that tickle your fancy, Mungla? Any of what he said? Any of these? I have no idea.
Overall, there's no limitations on customizable render passes.
No idea.
In O3DE, you can create runtime logic and functionality visually with Script Canvas or program with Lua. With Script Canvas, scripts are created as flow graphs by placing and connecting functionality nodes in a visual editor. No programming required. Script Canvas allows you to experiment and iterate quickly and provides an easy entry point to new developers. With Lua, O3DE provides a traditional script model and the ability to use the editor of your choice. You don't have to choose one or the other.
Is Lua fast? I thought C++ was the fastest.
You can use both Script Canvas and Lua in your projects and even within scripted entities. O3DE provides support for a suite of industry-standard physics solutions that you can use to add realism to your actors and environments and to visualize simulations. O3DE provides support for the following simulation SDKs: NVIDIA PhysX for creating static and dynamic rigid bodies, dynamic joints, and forces such as wind and gravity; NVIDIA Cloth, creating clothing and fabrics that realistically react to animated entities and physical forces; NVIDIA Blast for creating dynamic destruction and multiple layers of fracturing and user-defined vector and stress damage limits. These physics solutions can be added as attributes to simple or complex entities. These entities can be created, shared, reused, and dynamically spawned with O3DE's prefab system. O3DE's prefab system includes the following features: reusable assets with complete properties, components, and hierarchies. Prefabs use a human-readable text format, so you can use standard source control tools to view diffs and merge changes. Prefabs can be placed and managed dynamically as spawnables. Accompanying prefabs is another exciting tool that will allow you to build levels quickly. With O3DE's Whitebox gem, you can sculpt and manipulate geometric volumes quickly to get your world sketched out in Engine. This will allow you to build both finalized assets as well as rapidly prototype entire worlds for your team. These are just some of the features O3DE offers, so stay tuned for future videos where we're going to explore much more O3D related content. Thanks for watching.
Ah. What does that mean? Oh, this looks sick. Um. We saw this already. Hello, mate. No cam today. No. Well, I had cam. But I'm about ready to go off anyway. There's not much videos, is there? You know what I always get the urge is to make an MMO. I always get the urge to make an MMO. Ay, ay, ay. So this is harvestable. So I wonder if nothing gets called. Oh. That's why. Hello, Ultimate Lizard. Okay, it needs to be dead. It needs to die. Wait. It's supposed to be dead. Huh? Ah. But if I do... Oy, oy, oy. Why would you say chop? Why would you say chop? Harvest these cycles -1. Oh, I don't think I actually finished it. By the looks of it. I'm guessing state 4 is very dead. And do this. Which in turn is going to do this. Maybe. How did I break this? It's matured. Why am I allowed to attack you? It's planted, it's watered. False? No. Because we want it to keep going. So... Not sure. Oh my god. There's a new update. IGN. No? It's on my phone. Yeah, there's definitely a No Man's Sky update. There it is. What the heck?
Welcome to No Man's Sky Breach.
Didn't we just have an update? Breach.
Featuring a new salvage expedition across the galaxy. With exciting new ship parts to discover. Salvage parts from drifting space wrecks. Build heavy ship types with new vertical parts. Including new building parts inspired by the Atlas. Our journey continues.
Damn. You know what this game misses? It's that RPG element where you find loot. I think that's the only thing is missing. It's the immersion of finding loot. Because right now you just craft everything. I don't want to craft, you know? I want to kill monsters and loot weapons. Then we had Enshrouded, if I recall. Wait, what? Third person. Third person. I thought we had a new
I dreamt of and the fight for survival.
They're bringing water back.
I dreamt
Well, not back.
of
They
a
never had
shimmering
water,
brave.
but they're bringing water.
Hear the old gods whisper, and an ancient fury awake. Urge the profane, and command the water to
Damn.
yield to our will. For there is no greater power than the flame of the faithful.
The power of building an engine from scratch. Enshrouded. Is okay, we haven't heard anything, so I guess they are working on it. Third person. Okay. Marvel Zombies.
Time to make content yet again.
Okay. Where you can play as Blade. Oh shit, I can play as Blade.
Told Spectre I'd carry on his legacy. Time to live up to the promise. I was born ready.
Wait, this Blade? Looks like a Blade.
Greed saved the head of PR and every time there's a crisis. Aspects that were convoluted or confusing in the previous games, like creating park tours, are far more straightforward. There are more tours to choose from beyond the standard Jeep rides and gyroscopes from the movies. You can set up a hot air balloon tour or build a Cretaceous cruise that allows guests to canoe through rivers and lakes. That smooths out a lot of rough edges.
Okay.
In the very first Jurassic Park movie, there's a moment where the main characters see dinosaurs in the wild for the first time and they're almost frozen in amazement. The Jurassic World Evolution series has done an incredible job of recreating that feeling since the very first installment. Seeing your first dinos leave their incubation center is always a thrill, and it gets even more exciting when your park becomes populated by pteranodons, megalodons, fierce carnivores, looming long-neck herbivores, and hybrid species that defy man and nature. Jurassic World Evolution 3 builds on an already impressive foundation to give aspiring dinosaur theme park managers more control than ever before. New features and quality of life updates make the third installment the pinnacle of the series, even if the scenario mode doesn't hold a candle to the previous game's chaos theory. If building and maintaining a dinosaur theme park is your idea of a good time, Evolution 3 has plenty to offer. For more on this fall's big games, check out our reviews of Keeper or Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, and for everything else, stick with IGN.
Okay. Alright guys, that's it for me. That is it for me. I'm gonna go crash and yeah. I will see you tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day.